Going on, fam. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trail Smooth, Callie, and White, Kai, Mistaken, Sweeney, KC, me, myself. I'm Lapeef JR. What's going on, fam?
Mistaken. Hi, boo.
Mistaken got a fan.
Haven't seen her in a while, so I gotta say hi.
I'm trying to keep my peace.
Trying to keep your peace. Why is that mistaken? Why are you trying to keep your peace? Why would that
Thursdays be on some other stuff, depending on who you have. Right now, this looks like I'll be able to keep my peace.
Yeah. I mean, plus that people popping in and out, so we'll see. We'll see what they do. We're gonna go ahead and get the show started though, man. How y'all doing on this Thursday? What's going on, Kai?
Shit, I'm feeling like good decisions.
What's up, man? What's good? How you feeling?
You say you feel like good decisions?
He's feeling like good decision is crazy.
What does that mean, Marcus?
It means I feel like a nigga that chose everything the right way. I feel like a bunch of good decisions compiled into one. You feel?
Okay. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. What about you, Kai? So you're getting a little bit comfortable, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm just waiting for my real, moment to really crash out a little bit. But I'm chilling right now.
Okay. Trying to crash out. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what the YNs be doing, huh? They be crashing out. They do. They get upset and start getting emotional, man. And next thing you know, you're all over the place.
What about emotional intelligence?
What about it?
Mm.
That's a good question. It seemed like everybody up on Pop the Balloon, that's all they're looking for is emotional intelligence. But I bet the diff. I think a lot of them don't even know how to define it. I just think it's one of those buzz phrases like delusional, submission. I just don't think a lot of people understand the meanings of these phrases and these words. But it is good to get people off their hinges. Some people pop. I never understood why they pop when they ask about previous relationships. Is that a trigger for you guys? That's dating. If someone was to ask you, or if you were dating, if somebody was to ask you, what could you improve in your last relationship?
No, it's just people don't. There's just some people that feel like they don't need improving. I'm not one of those people, but I think that's probably why I don't know.
No, I think it's a good question to ask because the minute somebody blames everything on their ex, I know I should stay away from them.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
I actually was just watching a video today, like a few hours ago, about emotional intelligence. And one of the key aspects to them is self-awareness. So I do believe a question like that kind of touches on that. And it helps the other person see, like, do you have a realistic understanding of who you are? Because if you didn't do anything wrong in your relationship, if you say at the first one, and then okay, well, what about the relationship before that? And if there's a consistency about it was always the other person, then you're really not self-aware.
Did y'all see the latest episode where Buddy was on there talking about I'm a cheater, I only cheat 80% of the time, I just cheat a little bit?
Yeah,
no.
That wasn't the latest one. That was on last week. I did see that one.
He gonna tell her, I wasn't gonna cheat on her. I let them get it off because she like cheaters is my thing. And Buddy went pop the balloon. He was like, nah, she too fine. I ain't cheating on her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did see that.
Once a cheater, always a cheater.
Casey,
no,
that is not true. Not true. There are some reformed cheaters. Cheating could be just a phase.
Yeah.
Facts. It's more or less than anything.
In the back, Callie.
What happened?
There's a Big John in the back.
Hey, yo, that sounds crazy.
Wait, pause. Wait, what? There's something in my background?
No, no. What I'm saying is that in the backstage, there's a Big John. You know what that is?
Oh, you're talking about
you gonna say it again?
Big John. Let me see. I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah,
I
Big
just
John
didn't
was
know.
on one of your other panels.
Oh yeah. I didn't see the million. Yeah, that's cool.
No, I just didn't know if he was. Yeah, I mean, I might have to clear when if somebody else come, but Big John, you there?
Yes, sir.
Oh shit, I know Big John. Yeah, hi Big John.
What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, I just seen him in the back. I didn't know if somebody sent them the link.
Hey, John.
What's up, KC?
I didn't even know you were coming on today.
I just left Fatty's panel.
Ah, for sure.
Okay. All right. What's going on, Darwin? How you doing?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good. How y'all making it?
Good.
Good, man.
Your shirt is very interesting. You broke, she broke, break up.
Is that why you broke up?
No, I broke up because he cheated.
No wonder why you said what you just said.
What percentage of men you think cheat, Callie?
I don't know. I don't ever think of it.
Everything's
like
80-20. I believe
honestly,
in
I don't think that all men cheat, to be honest with you. I don't think that way. It's just once you cheat on me, then you're no longer a respectable person in my eyes. It's one thing if you just tell me something and I'm like, all right. It's another thing if you lie to my face and I find out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole different emotion. I mean, cheating is bad in general, but you know, when it comes after that, it comes with the lying and then the manipulating, then the gaslighting. Then the whole time I thought I was crazy when the shit I was thinking was true the whole time. You made me look stupid.
You think?
Yeah, I heard Boosie say this before. Like, if your man cheat on you and you leave him and you're gonna date another man, you should have just stayed with the first man. You ever heard that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make sense. That's like if someone put their hands on you and then you're walking down the street and someone else puts their hands on you. You should have let the other one person keep putting their hands on you. That doesn't make sense.
I don't think that's a comparison, but I'll let it slide because I don't want to go into arguing for either one of those things. For beating
I don't argue.
So I'm not. No. I'm saying I don't want to be the one to make the argument for those two things. So I would just let that slide. Yeah.
Darwin, I'm looking at your shirt, and the thing that came to mind was what happened to building. Because I thought that was kind of the message that we were talking about. Like, it's nothing. If both of y'all, especially if y'all young, y'all broke, y'all don't have nothing. That's an opportunity to build together. Now you're saying break up. I'm just trying
to say you broke, she broke, fix it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Or you broke, she broke, build it. Mm-hmm. Something.
Well, if two people came to a property to build a house and nobody had tools and equipment, how can you build it?
You got
your bare hands. You got
go to the store and get some tools.
Access, connections. You use what you have.
Okay.
Is that what y'all did? Mud huts.
I ain't been in a relationship in about a couple years.
I haven't been in a relationship in over a year. I haven't even been on a date in over a year.
Mm-hmm. Yikes. All right, let's go ahead and get this show started, man. Let's see what we got here. Let's get this. Trying to set the screen up. What's going on, Will? Picking and choosing this in the chat. Sir Grace Stoke, how you doing? Black Beauty, Andre Cable. Miss Erica, how you doing? Miss Life Too Short. The Will already at the gate. Says you broke, she broke equals a match with the 199. Also a member, man. Shout out to you. Let's see what else we got. Chess, how you doing? Dale Matthew. Judge Dreads, what's going on? Dory G. How's everybody going? As you guys come and hit that like button, also make sure you subscribe to the channel. D Manor Entertainment, how you doing? Ronald Brooks. Daniel Berry Sports, how you doing? Alpha Omega, what's good? What's good? Christopher Matthews, Mr. JTK123. Shout out to everybody, man, that's in the chat. Now, you guys seen the title, man. Are women too free to love properly anymore? We're going to go ahead and hop right into it. Tonight, we're not holding back. We're asking the questions everybody feels, but nobody wants to say out loud. Are women today just too free to love properly anymore? Back when love actually meant something and came with loyalty, sacrifice, even a little dependency. Now, you're watching a generation that wants full freedom, full independence, full options, but still expect a man to love them like they're the only woman on earth. You want protection, but no rules. You want leadership, but no submission. You want loyalty, but refuse to follow. Make it make sense. We're blaming everybody tonight, man. Women who say that they don't need a man, men who let it slide, pause, Instagram therapists, and even Beyonce too, because somebody got to answer for the single ladies, right? Nobody's safe tonight. If the shoe fits, lace it up. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to start with the ladies first. Can you really love a man if you refuse to need him? Can you really love a man if you refuse to need him? I'm going to start with you first, Callie.
Yeah, because I am no elderly care patient. I am a human being that is sufficient and capable to take care of myself. I am with you not for your resources, but because I feel that you and I can build together on something greater than what we both have. And if we put our minds together and come together and unite, we could probably be one of the biggest couples ever if we really put our mind to it. I don't need you. I want you. Just like you don't need me. You don't need me. You could do whatever the hell you want with anyone you want. You choose me because you want me. And then during time, as we're together and as we start spending more time together and building these emotions and this love and this and that, then we become stronger. But when you're dependent on someone, then you don't have the ability to be you're solely dependent on that person, and that's not healthy. Because at the same time, what if something happens to that person? What are you going to do then? You depended on that person for everything. And also, how are you going to have happiness within yourself if you feel that you need them for your own happiness? How are you going to contribute? How are you going to be whole within yourself if you feel that that person is the only thing that makes you whole? That's not how it works.
All right, what about you, Casey?
So I've had this conversation before, and I'm going to preface by saying I think that women need men, and I think men need women. I think there's a natural and biological balance in life, and I think that, yes, a woman can truly love a man without, understanding that she needs him, but I also think it speaks to the caliber of love and the type of love that she's able to dish out. And when we talk about need, I think that a lot of people feel like need equals dependency. And I disagree with need equal independency. I think that when you need something, that means that you require it because it's extremely important or necessary. Need does not mean that you're supposed to be dependent or, that's your whole life end all be all. I think that when you have a good relationship and you have a cohesive relationship, you understand why men and women are meant to be together. And I think that's a lot of people's ultimate goal in life is not necessarily just to find love, but to find good partnership. So I think that, yes, a woman can, but I don't know what type of love it might be.
I was taking the same question. Can you really love a man if you refuse to need him?
I don't think those are mutually exclusive. But I do think that when that happens, when you're in a relationship, it does create a different dynamic within the relationship. As long as there's a level of trust and respect. So I think when you guys make yourself like an asset to each other, I do think there's a level of need that builds from that. Because they're fulfilling aspects in your life that maybe you didn't know initially that you even needed until you begin that relationship. So when you're, like I've said before, when you're by yourself, we've all been equipped to be able to adult, right? And take care of yourself. So in that regard, you don't need the other person to take care of you if you were living independently before you met them. But I do think when you get together, a person brings out other aspects. Like I was saying, your partner's your mirror image. There's other aspects that person can bring out that you didn't know was there. And then that can kind of create the need at that time.
Hey, John, do you agree with that?
For the most part, I do, but I just when you posing a prompt, are women too free to love properly anymore? I feel like the majority, they don't really, they follow a standard of what they feel free is because they were held back a lot. So I don't feel like they're too free to love properly because a lot of people don't know how to love properly. So, but for the most part, I assume what she was saying is from a woman's standpoint, right?
All right. Sweeney, do you think women today even know what real love looks like anymore? Or has freedom changed it?
Is that suggesting that the only way that they know real love is if they weren't free? And if that's the case, then did they really ever know what love was to begin with? If your love is contingent upon you being shackled, you really don't know what love is to begin with. It sounds like they were only doing it out of necessity. No, I think women know what love is. I think they've always known what love was or is. Do I believe that they love us en masse? No. But they know what it is. I don't think they had to be free to know it.
I don't know. It seemed like they more so transactional love.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it was transactional to begin with, because if we're saying, like, if you go off of the question, right, are women too free to love properly anymore? That would imply that the only way that they knew love was when they weren't free. And if that is the case, then they never knew love to begin with.
I don't know. I feel like they need a little bit more freedom to really hone what love actually looks like, because I still feel like a lot of women are still moving transactional with love. It possibly isn't really, it's not really genuine. And that's why you may feel they don't love.
Because they feel they need you. They need
And
you for
let's
your
clarify
resources.
what we mean by women are too free. What do we mean by that?
I'm guessing they're no longer under the thumb of patriarchy. They don't have to. I would argue that it means that they no longer have to depend on a man to live their daily lives. They don't have to endure men, so to speak. They can go out into the world and do what they want, however they want, without the male gaze or male input. Or am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
And do we all believe that to be true, like accurate, that that's actually occurring today? That women are free from patriarchy?
I would think it's funny because it's a double-edged, I wouldn't say it's a double-edged sword, because in one breath women would say that they don't have to deal with us and they don't need man, they want them, but they don't need them. But under the same breath they will say that they're still stuck under the same circumstances and where they're oppressors still. But how could we be your oppressors if you're free from us? But this is just based off of what's being said online. To actually answer your question, I don't actually know, but based off of what I've heard in all these.
Don't racism operate the same way though? You have a system, a structure that's set up a system, a structure that's set up that supports racism, so to speak. But you're free to do whatever you want, but that doesn't mean that you're still not impacted by the system. It's the same thing. And most people who benefit from the system don't necessarily feel or see the impact that it has on the other people that experience it.
Casey, do you believe a woman today can love a man properly without sacrificing any of her freedom?
I mean, I think that's why we were defining freedom in the first place. I think that any person, when they get involved in a romantic or any type of relationship, you have to sacrifice some things. Sacrificing your freedom, it sounds like slavery. So I don't know what, and that's why I'm trying to decipher what we all mean. And Lapeef, since it's your topic, feel free to enlighten me on what you mean by free, because I think that women or people are free individuals, but it depends on what principles that man subscribes to, and if she's willing to, subscribe to them as well, or submit to him. So maybe that's what you mean in terms of freedom.
I mean, freedom is going to be subjective depending on the person. So I don't know what freedom looks like to you. You know, you once you tell me what freedom looks like to you, and then go ahead.
Freedom looks like you're not under a lock and key. It looks like you have the ability to move freely, think as you want, and do as you want. And I think that in a smart relationship or in a healthy relationship, that still stands. I don't think that would change. I just think that you have somebody that you're consulting with about certain things you do, because anything you do has an impact on your partner. I don't necessarily think that means taking away your freedom. I think that means making mutually beneficial decisions.
All right. Darwin, same question that I have for the men. Do you think women today even know what real love looks like anymore? Or has freedom changed it?
I mean, I think I know for a fact they know what it looks like. When you say freedom changed it, that's where I'm kind of stuck on. I think they know what love looks like. They just have to, if you're talking about freedom, the freedom to be able to not adhere to authority or subscribe to male leadership, if that's what you call freedom, I disagree with that being freedom. I would just call that someone who just unhinged, you know what I'm saying, who don't, who avoid structure. I wouldn't call it freedom, but if that's what you're calling freedom, then that's a disagreement that I have with that.
Yeah, freedom is like unlimited options without accountability or sacrifice.
Is that what they call in freedom?
Mm-hmm.
But do you think
unlimited options without any accountability sounds like a whore or a promiscuous woman? A woman who don't want to take any responsibility is a woman who's just trifling, who don't even value her self-esteem or anything like that. That's what that sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm.
Did he relate it to something sexual though, or did you take it as that?
Did I what?
I said, did he relate it to something sexual, or did you take it as that? Because he mentioned options and you said whore.
Okay, well then what do we mean by options?
Well, maybe we should ask for clarity before we call
You
women.
could ask for clarity, but my answer still stands based on my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need clarity so you can get an understanding, you can ask him, what does options means?
I mean, he was the one that spoke on options. So for you to immediately jump to a woman being a whore because she has options, that takes me to my next question. Is male structure definitively the correct way to operate?
Absolutely. Male structure is the only way to operate in a society that's supposed to thrive. Anything other than that is deviation and chaos. Yeah, I think male structure is the only thing that keeps a woman from being whores and unruly.
That don't sound too free.
But freedom isn't about like not like I'm lost. I'm 100% lost because you have options, or like that makes you a whore.
But you're taking away the other party added to that. He said having unlimited options without any accountability. Am I correct, JR, or did I mess that up?
Yeah.
What do you mean by unlimited options without
did
accountability?
I mess it up? Oh, yes, I'm correct.
Because my question would be, I mean, I don't talk to any, I don't respond to any of my DMs, but I got like 300 DMs. People can say that's options. I don't respond to them. That doesn't make me a whore. Like, and then accountability. What are we being accountable for? Because guys look at me. There are guys in this chat that probably will end up in my DMs tomorrow. Doesn't mean I'm gonna respond to it. Doesn't make like that's what I'm trying to say is like just because people find you attractive, that makes you the whore. No, when you go out and do something and continuously, then that's different. Then we could talk about that. But like having an option does not make you a whore.
Who would say
freedom just equals you got a choice?
Who would say your DMs is an option? And what do you mean by option, Kelly?
What I mean by options is that like if someone, like for example, right, if multiple people like you, that's an option. They like you. You can choose to talk to them. You can choose to entertain it, or you can choose not to.
We're talking about your DMs. We're talking about your DMs, right?
I'm talking about just people in general. I mentioned DMs, yes, because there's options in there, just like there's probably options in yours, options in Kai's, options in Lapeef's.
Let me enlighten you. Those options are more than likely somebody that won't fuck you, not necessarily like you. Let's be real.
Okay, but that just because it's there doesn't mean that you're choosing to entertain it.
If that's what you call an option, and then to JR's point, if we're using those options in a way where we're not having any accountability, then what happens?
What do you mean?
At what point do you have to take accountability for options? That's like going in a clothing store and saying, "Oh, I have all these different clothes to choose from."
If you indulge in all of these options that you think you have, if you said 300 DMs,
yeah, like 290 something.
Okay, so if you exercise all of these options, and you're moving in a way where you don't have any accountability. And what do you think that is?
But we're changing
the goalposts. I'm not saying that. No, but my argument is just because you have options doesn't mean you need to exercise on them. Having options doesn't mean you have to take accountability. That is my argument. You shouldn't have to take accountability for something you aren't doing. The precedence of having an option doesn't mean you need to be accountable for having an option. You only become accountable when you do something with these options and exercise.
So if you don't utilize these options, then you don't need
to take it exactly. But that was my point, because the statement that was made was when you have options and no accountability, not when you have options, act on that options and decide not to take accountability for whatever life you decide to live through that. Having options doesn't necessarily mean you need to take accountability. Accountability comes when you start doing and acting in a way that requires.
In what world do you bring up options? Why is you making a case for having options if you don't even utilize any of them?
Because there's still options. Because the word
if it's not even a thing that you're going to indulge in, or you won't even exercise.
Because
the point of even having it mentioned in the topic. Because
the word itself, options, doesn't necessarily mean what your statement was. The options doesn't necessarily mean you're over here exercising them. Just because you have options
any woman I've ever known in my line of work and in my experience, any woman I've ever known that talked about options or talked about how many DMs she's got, she's typically out here using them motherfuckers. Let's just keep it real.
Majority of women do not even go through them, to be honest with you. That's the real. I'm probably on the internet way more than anybody. I stream 24/7 all day long. You will never catch me outside. You will never catch me outside. I'm always inside on the internet.
What you're doing is applying your anecdotal experience to all of the women. We're talking about women who don't have any accountability.
Majority of the women that, and I'm, like I said, like I'm coming from the internet. I'm coming from the streaming world. Majority of them don't even respond to DMs. They don't.
All right, let me go.
You're talking about a woman who don't have any accountability. who's moving in a behavior, has adopted a behavior that don't have any accountability, and that also has you pairing that type of behavior up with a woman who have hundreds of options.
Majority of women
You
have
haven't been on
hundreds
the
of
internet
options,
long enough.
period. Majority of women, but before even the internet was invented, women ourselves always have options. When they step outside the house, there's always someone saying, "You're beautiful," or "I want to talk to you," or this and that. Let's be honest. Having options is not the same.
Again,
It's
when you
different
talk
when you
about
have to do
those,
something.
when you talk about these so-called options you got, what do you refer? I know what y'all think they are.
Mhm.
Y'all think that in whatever fantasy thinking y'all have, that's a guy that's husband material, or that's a compatible mate, or somebody who
don't.
desires you for marriage. Typically, those options y'all think y'all have is just a guy that would just want to turn you into a bust down.
Telling women what they think is outrageous.
No,
But
we don't.
Okay.
Majority of
personally,
women do
what
not
I
think.
think an option.
Okay, then
I
what do
think
you
an
think those
option
options are? What do you think
is
those DMs
any
are?
man that is interested in you. That could be considered an option. Whether he said, "Hey, can I get your number?" on the side of the street, he had called you, he whatever, that could be considered an option. But I do not have to take accountability for that option if I'm not engaging with it. So to say that women with options lack accountability, thus making them whores, is outrageous. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
Accountability doesn't take
you
fact
can't
until
get mad
someone
at me,
does it.
sweetheart. This is the topic this is the
No,
question JR posed to
I'm
me.
not upset with
He
you.
said it was women with options that don't have any accountability.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make it up, so you can't come after me, sis.
No,
We're
it's
not
not
coming
about
after
you
you.
making up the topic. I asked you about clarifying for what options means, and you said you didn't need clarification, and you proceeded to lead with
I
your
didn't
own
know. I didn't need it
right, your
because I
own
understand
perspective.
it.
And based on your
You need it because
perspective,
you
I
don't
believe that
understand it.
it's
So
outrageous.
what you need to do is you need to ask JR, what does he mean by options?
I mean, you clarified what you thought it meant. I don't need to ask them any further.
Well, I'll go ahead and put this out there. It's about personal freedom in relationships where women today feel they should not have to sacrifice anything for love. They should not have to depend on a man for anything. They should not be able to keep all their options open emotionally, financially, romantically, even while asking a man for love, protection, and loyalty. They believe needing a man makes them look weak, so they prioritize independence, even inside relationships.
Okay,
Wait,
I want to take a crack. I'm going to take a crack at it. I think I understand what the question was. So, I know the original question was, are women too free to love? How do you say? And I'm going to say yes, and I'll tell you why. I think so. The government, society, particularly the government, have literally subsidized men or men's duties, right? Without subsidizing the needs of men. So as far as protection, which was mainly us that used to be the protectors, no, the government has now protected them. So they don't need us as much. As far as providing, that's been subsidized as well. There's many things in place to support women, particularly if you have children. You can get housing, free schooling, anything that would make you not need a man. So if women are able to do whatever they want, and Callie's right with that, she could pretty much do whatever she wants by herself. So with that, it's going to be a lot more difficult for her to love a man. And we're speaking generally, right? Because I know there are some women who don't think like that, but let's keep it real. Most women love what's attached to you. Facts. When you start to feel like women love you for you, then you start messing the game up. Women love the feeling that they get from you. Women love what you can provide for them. Women love how you make them feel. And if you don't believe me, stop that shit for a week and see how much they love you then. See how much respect you get then. That's just what it is. So, I mean, you could get mad at the game if you want to, but if you don't have what the women want or need, then you're just not going to be loved.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, I was just gonna say, based on what Trev just said, men love what you provide for them too, and that's part of a relationship. So I don't think that that has anything to do with like what he was saying in terms of not loving properly. I think it's the actions that occur in the if I'm only with you based on just what you can provide and that's it, then I don't think that's love, right? But a part of love is being able to serve each other, right? Being able to provide for each other. So I don't think that part is incorrect. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. That's kind of the point of not just, well, in any relationship that you have, not just boyfriend, girlfriend, your friends. You're not going to hang around somebody who don't give you something. It doesn't mean that it has to be something tangible or physical, right? It can be things like person's a good leader, this person a good listener, this person gives great advice, oh, I can learn something from them about stocks or whatever. So I think relationships are built on stuff that you can exchange with each other. So I don't think anything's wrong with that.
All right. Let me go ahead and get you in there, Cal, on that same question that I have for the men. Do you think women today even know what real love looks like anymore? Or has freedom changed it?
I feel like the outside sources like social media, music can kind of like trick a woman's mindset to thinking that they don't need a man, but they're not understanding that music is a marketable source. It's just, it's meant for what it's meant for. It's not necessarily true, but it's something that's going to gravitate the audience. And I feel like people go with a lot of things that they see instead of basing things off of how they really feel in their everyday lives. So I would say that there's an impact on how women act today as far as that, for sure. Outside sources, like I said, social media, music. Um, yeah.
All right. Miss Shaman, are you there? I'll come back to her. All right, so it sounds like freedom is being mistaken for strength. Would you guys agree? Shannon, you there? Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know what you got going on.
I'm here. Sorry, my mute thing was on. My apologies.
Yeah. So I got some questions I'm gonna go around asking. You guys can just kind of keep it brief. You ain't gotta be long-winded on it. But can you truly love someone you refuse to need? Can you truly love someone you refuse to need? I'm gonna go with you, Shan.
Yeah, I love a lot of people I don't need. Love them dearly. But are you saying can I be in a relationship with somebody?
No,
Loving and being in a relationship are two different things,
No, can you truly love someone you refuse to need?
I refuse to need.
Can you love someone you refuse to need?
Yeah. You can love someone you refuse to need. I think that's a weird question. I guess I'm not understanding.
No, I get what you're saying, but you're gonna love them for what they got, but not for who they are. Like you were saying before, you having money, your income, what you got to offer. You know what I'm saying? Like it's more of like I want you because of what you can do for me or give me, not I want you because of who you are and how you being yourself.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people. Oh, I'm sorry. I do apologize. Keep going.
No, I said what I said. Yeah.
I think a lot of people love people. I mean, it's people. It's a lot of people who love people that they don't need. We help each other. I think there are a lot of relationships that go on like that. I think that we look at these these people who are loud on the internet talking about using people very transactional. But when we go outside, because I always talk about the outside, you step outside, then people be in love with each other. They're average people dating average people. And they're in love with their average man. He's in love with his average woman. So it has nothing to do with, I mean, you do need each other because the relationship, you complement each other, right? But not in the need that I think that people on the internet like to talk about, like financial need or all those other things. There are other needs in the world, if that makes sense.
I would say this: refusing to need somebody is really difficult to try to understand. Because imagine, like, let's say you actually do need somebody to help you or need someone's support. I would say maybe rephrasing it to refusing their generosity or refusing their support. You still need them. You just, if I can understand if you say, how do you be with somebody you don't need versus how do you be with somebody you refuse to need? It's like you literally, like you're intentionally rejecting any support they're willing to give you.
Let me give a little bit more context. Real love requires a level of vulnerability, trust, and dependency. If you refuse to ever need someone, if you refuse to ever rely on them emotionally, spiritually, mentally, or physically, then you are blocking yourself from full love. So it doesn't mean, it's not coming from like desperation. I mean, it's like choosing to trust, choosing to depend, choosing to be vulnerable, even when you could survive without them.
So it's like you got an option to take advantage of the benefits they're willing to give you or reject the benefits they're willing to give you. And the benefits they're willing to give you could be some of the things you stated. I've never known anybody that operate like that. That's an interesting topic. Usually people do the take advantage of those things and or become ungrateful, if anything, but rejecting them, knowing that you could use it, it's just weird.
After that clarification that you just gave, JR, based on that, I think most people don't know how to love by that definition, because a lot of people have issues with trust. And if you need to have trust based on, like you said, the vulnerability, being open and honest, all those things, I think that's exactly why relationships don't work. I mean, we hear the men on here all the time coaching each other. Oh, you don't tell a woman everything. Oh, she'll take that information and use that against you. So if it requires true vulnerability and you don't operate like that within your relationship, then based on that, you're not truly in love with the person that you say that you with if you can't be vulnerable. So yeah, I think most people will have trouble loving somebody fully, especially if they have trust issues.
And I'll give a little context too within the topic. A woman who says, I don't need a man, cannot fully love because real love is risky. It's choosing to lean into someone else's leadership, protection, and emotional security. A man will feel disconnected if his woman refuses to ever need him, because being needed is part of masculine love and masculine purpose.
I was gonna say something. I was gonna say that, like, damn, I'm sorry. Sweeney's freaking background like totally threw me off. I'm even gonna hold you.
Yeah,
I had something good in my head. I was like, what the hell? No. What I was going to say is that God damn it, Sweeney. Can you please repeat the first line you said so it can bring back what I was exactly gonna say before his background came up?
The example with the woman or the man?
The example with the both.
A woman who says, I don't need a man, cannot fully love because real love is risky. It's choosing to lean into someone else's leadership, protection, and emotional security.
Okay, I remember now. So anything in life, everything in life is risky. You step out the house, you're taking a risk. You go into the car, you take a risk. You go on a plane, you take a risk. Everything in life is risky. And sometimes, you got to take a risk in life. You got to. You going to your job is a risk. No job is secure. Jobs can fire you. Jobs can lay you off. Nothing is secure in life. It can seem that way, but truly nothing is. So if you go through relationships or go through life in fear of losing something, then you're going to constantly lose.
Okay.
Constantly.
Do women today love men or love what men provide?
They love what men provide for sure. I think that feelings, real women in this day and age don't really care about a man's feelings. If you show any sense of feelings to a woman, it comes back to you tenfold. You know what I'm saying? When you least expect it in your vulnerable moments. Definitely what you got to offer, for real.
Okay. Anybody else on that? Do women today love men or love what men provide?
Provide, most definitely. It's like I said, it's a transactional thing.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, provision, provide. Otherwise, the numbers would show that there is a overwhelming number of women married and not being single if they love the man for the man.
What do you think, Casey? Or Shan?
I think the numbers reflect men who marry the woman they're with. I don't think that has anything. Men control asking a woman to marry them. I think that that's the exact opposite, if you ask me. But I think that women love men all the time. Like, it just doesn't lead to marriage. I don't think it's based off of, I mean, look at it this way. Y'all love sitting here talking about Pookies and Ray Rays. Pookie ain't got no money. Some of these Pookies is on the sofa on this young lady.
You just contradicted yourself.
And no, I was talking about.
So if Pookie had money, you love him then.
No, I'm telling you that Pookie has a girlfriend who's watching over him, who loves him. Most Pookies have kids. That means somebody trusted them to have a kid with them, right? So he has a girl. All these Pookies around here, they be having baby mamas. They ain't out here just not having women they have access to. They're just not marrying these women. And these men don't have money like that.
They still love what it is he provides. It's just that he
don't have money.
Let me just say this. We are the lowest economically, right? We are the lowest economically. But black men keep a woman. They do. So if it was about the money, I'm sorry. You're with the people we pick. But because we love you.
I didn't say money though.
Why we act like Pookie ain't got money?
But because we love you, we stick beside you, and we're clearly we are the lowest economically. So it ain't about the money, honey. It's about love. Love and loyalty.
But who is
Pookie still a dream.
Yeah. See, what y'all don't understand is that Pookie provides. It's not financial, but that's not what I was talking about. I mentioned the feeling, the sensations you get, whatever. Pookie might just be providing that schlong. He might be actually providing that overstimulation emotionally that you need because you grew up in trauma. Pookie could provide whatever it is that you need outside of bread. So let's not get it twisted. He's not just doing nothing. He's not a scarecrow. He's doing something. And that whatever that is, that's your fix. Whatever it is that woman desires is what Pookie is providing.
Let me ask you a question, Fred, because you're married. Did your woman provide things for you? Did your wife provide things for you? Did she offer you any type of provision?
When you say things, what do you mean?
Meaning, did she bring value to your life?
Damn.
Sure. I wouldn't have married her. What the fuck?
Absolutely. So the point is, people marry people, their relationships, because they add value to their life. So let's not act like it's just one side. Like, oh, women, would you love this person?
Listen, it was a one-sided question. It wasn't
contradicted herself.
I'm answering the question.
She just said it was all love, and now she said people marry for provision.
I answered the question. That's what I did. I answered the question. It was a one-sided question. If you would have asked the same thing about men, then people would have thought I was pandering tonight. That's all I did. I'm sticking to the topic.
So the thing about exactly. So we have you just said it exactly. We sitting here having a conversation that's kind of common sense, right? To the point where it's like if you ask the same question and if you even mention the female side of it, it's called pandering. It's almost like y'all trying to stick us in a corner like we're some bad people. It's a human thing. When you're in a companionship with somebody, it's human. When a person brings value to your life, both ways, you want to marry them.
Now, Shan, we're talking about my wife, right? But I wouldn't marry most. I wouldn't marry most women though. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the average man's experience today, right? I could just go ahead and make this anecdotal if I want to, but the fact of the matter is most relationships are failing. Most black people aren't getting married, unfortunately, right?
Right. So,
and even some of the people who are married are still failing within their marriage. And that's the point, right?
I
So
get it.
someone's not finding value somewhere. Most people aren't finding value. And that's
Right.
what I'm trying to get you to dig. Like, forget me. That's my situation.
I think
But
they're too
No,
focused
that's not-
on the
let me
value.
handle this, Cal. So this is what I'm
Results
saying.
may vary.
So the problem is when the concentration is always on one person, one part. So if two people are having a problem in a relationship, to focus only on one part of the relationship, that's the imbalanced conversation. You can't just sit here and say, what is the woman doing? And you never speak on the man. If you really want to know the answer to the solution to the problem, you need to tackle both. That's all.
Hey,
I'm
Shan, you ain't never heard me talk about dudes before on some real? Like, you never heard me talk about dudes and tell them to stop going out here and having babies with women who you don't plan on marrying and stop
Yeah.
being bums and get your money up and all that. So,
Sure.
listen, I stick to the topic. The question was what it was, and I'll answer whatever comes up. I'm going to
Yeah.
answer it directly and streamline. I'm not going to deviate too much. I just try to stick to it. So
I get
he
it.
he might come out tonight, pause, and ask a question. Men,
No, listen, I absolutely get it. But
Shan,
Shantae,
I got a question for
and
you,
listen,
Shan.
Shamone has jumped on this panel, and I'm gonna tackle it from both ends. What I heard was him ask silently about men too. So I answered the question aloud. Thank you.
I got a question for you, Shan. So you got a man, right?
I do.
You love him, right?
I do.
Ow.
Now, when you met him, if he was broke, would you still love him?
I
and get a
met him when he
relationship?
was broke. We been in college.
Okay.
Go ahead, Callie.
I was going to say, I think most women do love men. And the reason I say that is because most women, when they're talking about, oh, I'm independent, I don't need to do it, it's all just a freaking front because they probably got hurt and they're just like upset with that. But the second a man comes in and starts showering them with love and loving on them and showing that it's okay to be vulnerable, then they'll fold. They always do. I've met countless of women that have done it. This whole, oh, I don't want a man, I don't want this. It's a phase. And a lot of the people that are saying they don't want a man, half of them have a man. That's the crazy part. A lot of those songs we hear about, oh, F dudes, this and that, you hear them in relationships they're in relationships all the time. I just think that we focus too much on the wrong things in relationships. And then we look at other people's relationships and then make them feel like, and then it makes other people feel like their relationships have to be like their relationship. And that's typically why it fails, is because people lost the purpose of a relationship. It's not about what you can always just bring to the table. And sometimes people think that because it's bad right now, it can't get better. They're so focused on the negative or so focused on things that really aren't as important, because what is important is the relationship you have with that person. And there's a bunch of other things that we can speak about, right, when it comes to why relationships fail. But honestly, I will say that majority of women love men. They just end up either getting hurt or getting influenced by the wrong people, and it just shifts their mentality. But the second a man comes, they fold and fold and fold and fold, which is why there are women that stay in really bad relationships. Like, it's just, it happens
So
all the time.
The only two cases for a man, relationship failing that you display was the woman getting hurt or she being influenced by the wrong information. Don't you think that's a lack of accountability?
A woman that what? I'm sorry, I was reading the
You
comment.
you said that you gave only two cases where the relationship failed. You said the woman end up getting hurt, or she
No,
was
that's not
influenced,
what I
or she
said.
was
I said
influenced by bad.
relationships fail because a lot of times we're focused on the wrong thing. I didn't say it was all just a woman. I said we're focused on the wrong thing. We, not just we as women, we in general as people, men and women, tend to overthink, overlook, or not really understand the foundation of why we got together. So when instances and circumstances happen, people tend to act in the moment versus kind of stepping back and looking at is this worth losing my partner? If not, how can we fix this? Because a lot of the issues that arise in relationships are small. There are cases where it's big, like, right, like cheating or other things. But a lot of the petty arguments start for petty ass shit that really could just been avoided or been discussed in a manner where we can all understand and move the fuck on from it. That's what I'm saying.
And then you said the reason why the relationship failed for the women specifically. You said either she got hurt or she received
No, I
some
said the
wrong
reason why
information.
I said the reason why women tend to like say, oh, I don't need a man, or I don't need a woman, or I don't want to be in a relationship, or I don't love a man, F these men, is because they either got hurt and dealing with something that I'm not saying it's an excuse. That's typically the reason why it happens, is somewhere along the line, something traumatic happens, it shifted their mentality, and they're like, F dudes, I'm gonna do my own thing. But guess what? They end up meeting someone else and go back into another relationship. Or they're influenced by someone or something around them, and they're like, oh, I don't need a man. But then guess what? Another man comes into their life that's all dreamy or whatever, and they're back into another relationship. My statement was majority of women love men, and the whole F dudes, we don't need a man, I don't want love, I'm in it for this, is all the front. Because the second the man comes into your life, you're gonna fold. They
So that's what
always
you're
do.
gonna do. The second a man come in your life, you're gonna fold.
I don't operate like that. So I'm not going to put myself in this scenario because I don't move like that. The reason why I'm who I am is because I operate differently. I'm not going to sit up here and be like, oh, this and that. I never said I don't love men. I love men. The most important people in my life are men. So I'm never going to say I don't love a man.
Yeah, I like what Trev said about some kind of provision is being provided, because I don't think we could make a difference between loving somebody for provision or just loving them, because I think that whatever they're bringing to the table, whatever characteristics they have, that's included in provision. So I feel like if we weren't speaking about provision, we would all be dating corpses that don't move, don't talk, don't bring anything to the table. I think in order to love somebody, you have to care about or love what they're also providing for you. Unless it's your child or family, but romantically, I think you have to.
Y'all
Thank
can
you,
love
Casey.
a man all y'all want.
I'm happy a woman actually came forward to say that. Appreciate you.
I think for real, like.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it's really just like the main reason why a woman will stick around or utilize you as a man is honestly if you know how to make her feel good. In my opinion, it's a lot of people that's with dudes that's using their cars to get where they going, don't really do a lot of shit, but he put it on you every night, make you feel good, make you forget about everything. So you continuing to go through with everything that you're going through. So that's just my logic right there with that.
No, watch out for the gold diggers, because she don't give a damn about how she feels. As long as your money keep coming, she don't give a damn. So you been warned, just in case you run into one.
And I don't think feel good necessarily just means sex. I think in any relationship, somebody has to make you feel good in order for you to stay with them. Once they start making you feel bad, you should leave.
Does love today mean loyalty or just conditional support? But before we answer that question, Sweeney, like he was going to say something. Go ahead.
I wish he wouldn't jump so fast. She made that statement. That's a horrible statement she just made. She said, you should leave if you don't feel bad. Now you see why there's a lot of broken homes and fatherless households, and the society is crumbling the way it is. Because of y'all damn feelings. You willing to break up your family because of how you feel. What about your damn duty? I'm talking to you, Casey.
What about your what?
What you mean? What you mean, Trev? Dude, you damn right.
What did you say at the end?
You said if you could correct me if I'm wrong. You said you should walk away from the relationship. You should break up if he don't make you feel good or if he make you feel bad.
Yes, if somebody is consistently making you feel bad and you are unhappy to the point where you cannot fulfill your role or help your partner or be a benefit to your partner, you are no longer in a healthy relationship. You're now in an unhealthy relationship and you should leave. Whether you leave temporarily to go and find self-love and help yourself or do whatever you need to do. But once you're consistently feeling bad, you are becoming a detriment to your partner because you're not able to be a healthy partner to them, period. I think you need to leave, whether you leave for a day, an hour, or what have you.
Thank you. I appreciate you clearing that up. You see how I just made your response better?
No, I think it was clear already. I think you're intent on misunderstanding.
Oh no, well, you added the fact that you can't fulfill your role.
Well, you didn't
It
ask for
made your
detail.
response better. You didn't include
didn't
that
ask
at
for
first. I don't
detail.
know if you noticed.
Mhm.
You didn't include the fact that you were feeling bad to the point where you would
I gave a
disconnect from your
surface
role.
level answer. If you wanted more clarification, you could have
Okay,
asked
then
for
when
it
you
like you
just
did.
know when you give a surface level answer,
Mhm.
I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna
And
make you better.
ask for clarity.
I didn't ask you for clarity. I didn't have
You
to.
did.
No, I didn't.
That was you
That
searching
wasn't
for
my
clarity,
words.
and I gave
I
it to
made a
you.
statement. I made a response to it, and then
Mhm.
you came in and you volunteered your clarity.
Exactly.
That's why I
You're
said
welcome.
it's like I'm a fine tuner. You know what I'm saying? When I make a
Mhm.
response, it's just so happened that you have to walk back your statement and clear it up and fine tune it.
No,
That's
like
what
you
we did.
said,
That's
I
what we're
made
here
a
to do.
choice. Like you
We're
said,
here
I
to
made a
make you
choice.
better. It's
Mhm.
okay. It's okay. It's okay to. It's
I think
okay.
sometimes you should make your own responses better before you try to help someone else.
Okay. Okay, Casey. I'm just here. I'm just letting you know that's what I'm here to do.
Do it for your wife, not for me.
Okay, so you want to take shots? Okay. Just know that I'm the one. I'm the one.
Possibly the wrong one.
Okay. And she's glad she got a husband. I don't know about you.
I'm happy for her.
That's good. You should be happy for a wife, a black woman who's thriving. There's too many out here that's suffering and insufferable.
I'm
So
absolutely
it's
happy
good to
for
know
her.
that you are happy for a black woman who's thriving and married.
I am.
I think all the ladies
Yeah.
on this panel are
You
happy
should.
for a black woman that's thriving and happy. We don't want you to be unhappy. Like we're not here to sit here and talk down on a woman, whether it's your wife, a sister, whomever. We're not here for that. We want to
Exactly.
we're all here to just share perspectives, and at the end of the day, we may say things that we don't like,
And
but
I'm also happy that she's
I
not
don't think
divorced.
nobody
She
got the
doesn't have
expectation
options.
that you were here or you or any woman was here to talk down on somebody.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
he says he doesn't feel that he had anybody here has the expectation that we're here to talk down on somebody.
Exactly. And I'm glad your wife doesn't have options. And I'm glad you all are happy.
That's good. My wife ain't got to worry about being a bust down. So that's you.
All right. The other question I had was, does love today mean loyalty or just conditional support? Does
You
love
want to
mean
say
loyalty
today's society?
or just
Like,
conditional support?
Wait, say that again. Does it mean loyalty or what kind of support?
Conditional support.
Conditional support. Okay.
When did we change the word love to mean something else?
are you talking about like today's society of love?
Mm-hmm.
I think
I don't think they
today's
used
society of love is a little conflicted when you say.
I
that's
think
not
the
love.
definition of
They're
love
not.
still stands. I think people's principles change their own personal definition. But I think the definition of love, the overall definition of love, still stands. And I don't think it has anything to do with conditional support.
Well, I do think love have conditions, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's boundaries that should be set. Like when you're setting your standards and saying, like, one of these, if we're going to be in a relationship, I expect you to be, truthful. I expect you to be, honest. I expect you not to cheat on me. Like all of those are conditions that you're giving in terms of expectation of the other person if they're going to be in a relationship with you. So would you call that conditional love?
You can love someone and
It
still
is.
leave them at the same
Love
time.
somebody and have conditions doesn't mean I'm gonna stop loving them. Like in my relationship with my husband, there's conditions that he had for me. There's certain levels of expectation that he has on me as his wife, and the same thing I have as a wife to my husband. So, and we operate within those conditions, so to speak. So I don't think there's anything wrong with condition.
There's nothing wrong with what you're saying, Ms. Tekken. You're absolutely right. It just takes a woman who's been in your position and had your experience to be able to understand where you're coming from. Unfortunately, sometimes we would surround ourselves with groups of women who don't understand that because they haven't taken that role yet. But you're absolutely right. The conditions you have, you can love them and still have the conditions. You have boundaries. You hold a man to his word. He holds you to his word. And keep your word and you be respectful. And once that runs out, you can pull back whatever you decided to give. So you're absolutely right, Ms. Tekken. There's no way you need to be confused on that.
So how could we have the idea that love can't be conditional? Of course it is. Love is fleeting, right? Love is just there's a million definitions, but if you take the basic Webster's definition, it just basically means you have a strong connection or a strong emotional feeling, right? So that doesn't mean that you can't feel like that tomorrow, or if you're not paying the bills this week, you can't feel like that, or if she ain't giving me no buns, I can't feel like that. If I say right now, hey, look, I really love this phone. Who are you to tell me that I don't? How can you tell me how I feel about this phone? No, if I say I really love this phone, right, then it is, you have to take it for face value. You can't tell me what it is that I feel, right? We can try to say, I mean, if we're going by the definition, right, of course, it may mean something a little bit different to everyone, but if we want to have a conversation about love, then we have to go as it is defined. And I can say that I love this phone and mean it, and I could hate it tomorrow. I could be like, yo, let me just get an iPhone instead. And you can't tell me anything differently about it. Women, men, we fall in and out of love. Your love could be inverted. It could be one instance where somebody cheated, and that same level of love, whether it were 9.5, will turn into a 9.5 of hate after they caught you cheating on them with their best friend. It's always going to be conditions. If you're not doing what the other person wants, then they could easily fall out of love with you. We don't want to hear that, but that's real life. That's how it works.
Okay.
I don't know. I just and I don't know if I'm speaking. I'll speak from, I guess, a limited, in terms of knowing how everybody else operate. But I can truly say beyond a shadow of a doubt in terms of there is nothing, just like how with my children, there is nothing that my children can do that will make me not love them. And I feel the same way with my husband. There is nothing that he can do that would make me not love him. That doesn't mean consequences aren't going to occur because I love him unconditionally.
Exactly.
Right? If he cheats on me, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop loving him. I'm going to be hurt. I'm going to be angry. I may even get a divorce, but that does not mean that my love has changed. I think a lot of times people confuse unconditional love with allowing somebody to just do whatever to you and then you just stay, or there's no consequences to that. There's nothing that my kids can do that would ever make me stop loving them. There's nothing that my husband can do that would ever make me stop loving them. But that does not mean that I wouldn't draw boundaries. If my kids were cutting up and doing something, I'm going to love them, but you got to go. You can't bring that into my home. I'm going to still love you, but I'm going to love you from a distance.
So, Ms. Taken, what you're saying isn't invalid. However, that's how you love, right? I know people who hate their kids. I know people who hate their parents, right? And it doesn't take very much. Some people hate their daughters just because they were born and they couldn't bust it open no more.
Well, I don't think
that's
they
what
love
happens.
them then. Right, that's my point. Then
that's what you think. Maybe they did at one point, but then they just don't now after they saw what really happens.
I don't think that's love then, because I don't.
That's what you think.
Right. Well, that's what y'all are talking about in terms of the other side. I think of conditional love is if you do this is an if then kind of statement. If you do this, then I'll love you. If you do this, then I don't think that when we're talking about the true essence of what love is, it's not a if then. As long as you keep doing this, then I'm gonna keep loving you. Once you stop, I'm gonna stop loving you. That's not what love
But
is.
that's how humans operate.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
No, because people will always disappoint you. That's just life, because we're not perfect. So people will always disappoint you in some way. So if that's what you base in the way that you love people, then you truly don't love anybody.
So I
But
think
that's your opinion, though. Go ahead, Sweeney.
no, I think what Mistaken is describing is unconditional love. What you're describing is love with conditions.
But that's
But
what
I
I was
think-
explaining. That love is conditional.
Well, it can be, but there's also a such thing as unconditional love, which is what she described. Now, can most people achieve it? Potentially, no. But
No.
that doesn't mean that that's not what it is. That's the very definition of unconditional love.
So I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but what if we say if the question is asked, is love conditional, right? Are you going to say no or yes? You could say it can be, but the fact of the matter is it exists. And if we're going to say, how do most people operate? Then we're going to say, yes, love is conditional. Are there a few people who ride or die like Mistaken, right? And I commend you for that. That's admirable. However, most people ain't built like that.
She didn't say that she would ride or die. She said that just because you love someone doesn't mean that it does not come with consequences. So, for instance, if someone cheats on you, you can still love them but divorce them. That don't mean that your love for them is any less. It just means that they can no longer be with you.
Well, think of it like this. Have anybody ever done something to you, or have you ever seen somebody do something to the point where you don't even recognize who they are anymore? Like, I've seen so many situations where people like, I don't even recognize my significant other. I don't even know who I'm laying next to. They love the person you were, but the person you become is a totally different person. So maybe that might help. Some people they change into different people that are unrecognizable. And you never loved that person who they changed to, but you've loved the person they were before. So like with Mistaken example, the man went out cheating and beating her. That's not who she fell in love with, right, Mistaken? You fell in love with the behavior, the personality, and the character that he was prior to when he went off the rails. So she still has that unconditional love for the guy that she fell in love with. It's just the guy changed into a totally different person. And the love that she had didn't transition with that change, so to speak. You kind of understand that?
I got a question.
Isn't that love built off of conditions though? You don't just like, I understand with a parent or a child, but like in a relationship, you're not just gonna instantly love this person. You gonna love this person based off the conditions you built with them.
And I also think that, JR, you wanted to say something?
No, I got another question for the panel after you.
Okay, I also think that even them being your child is a condition. If that person wasn't your child and some of the things they did you didn't agree with, would you love them the same way? If they weren't your child, it's not, I mean, that's a condition involved.
The question I have is falling in love today seen as a weakness for women?
Is what?
Is falling in love today seen as a weakness for women?
No.
The women that call other women
yes.
pick-me's, yeah.
And the reason I would say yes is because I think for me, now that I'm much more matured, is that I do think falling in love is a weakness because it insinuates that you don't have control, right? Or you didn't have a choice. It's something that just happened to you, as opposed to you actually making a conscious choice to be with the person. So that's why I say the falling in love kind of takes away the accountability and ownership for the person that you're choosing to be in love with, right?
I read a quote.
So
Yeah.
that's my only caveat to that.
I read a quote the other day, and it said, "Falling in love is like handing someone a loaded gun and hoping that they don't shoot you with it." And I think that that's how a lot of people feel, is that it can be one of the most dangerous things, just as much as other things. And I think that that scares people more than anything, because nobody wants to get hurt. But we got to remember that pain is temporary, and a lot of the things we go through is to make us stronger, not weaker. And
Who the hell quoted that?
it was on I found it on Threads. I've been on Threads lately, and I saw it on there.
Oh, you
But
already
My
know.
God, that
That
is
is the-
cynical.
yeah, that's what but I read it, and I was like, it's kind of true, right? Because you fall in love, and man, when you love somebody, I don't know about you guys on the panel, but when I love you, I fucking love you, man. I'm like head
but
over
I don't think-
heels, everything. You hurt me, that shit cuts deep. Especially when we're talking about loyalty. Like that shit, man, that shit will break the fuck out of you. But it's just like you gotta be willing to get over certain things, and not allow, just because something happens to you does not necessarily mean that it's gonna make you weak. It makes you stronger.
But
Before
I think that's the mindset of someone that fears falling in love. Because like, to say that, if you think about it, when people fall in love, they don't feel like they're handing somebody a loaded gun.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not the feeling you get. Like, man, I'm giving this person, I feel weak in this moment, I'm giving this person a loaded gun. Please don't shoot me with it. But if somebody fears falling in love, then I can see where they would have that mindset. But I don't
and that was my point, as I think that most people, they're not like, they fear falling in love more than anything. And that's why we have a lot of the issues that we have today, because of the fear of falling in love versus just allowing ourselves to embrace in the moment and to live in the present and stop thinking about the future, what could happen. Live in the present, live in the moment, enjoy the moment. And if something happens along the line, deal with it accordingly. But we block a lot of blessings not living in the moment.
And I would argue that a person that feels that way about love ain't fell in love yet. Like, like a person that fears falling in love and they feel like it's handing a loaded gun to someone, I don't think they falling in love, because that's not the feeling you get. Like, it's just not the feeling you would get from that.
Well, you can't speak for everybody, man. We
Yeah,
live in you got to think things have changed, man. You got a lot of men falling in love, and they may feel like that due to the trigger happy women that run to the system.
No, I agree that I don't disagree that they can be hurt when they fall in love. I'm talking about the action of actually fall. Like, you don't fall in love and get hurt in the same day. You know what I mean? When you fall in love, getting hurt happens later after you've already fallen. But like, hardly ever have I ever known anybody to fall in love, but they feel like they're giving someone a loaded gun to their head. It's more euphoria and all of that than it is a person that feels like, don't shoot me now. You know what I mean?
I think that's because I think that's more. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that's more of a female thought process at this point. I think that what we're experiencing now, and I know you guys are a little outdated because you've been married for a long time, as far as the dating thing has gone, which is a blessing.
How does that make us outdated?
Meaning you're not in the market. I said that's a blessing. So it's not a bad thing. You're blessed. So basically, I think what is happening now is women are naturally emotional people for I'm pretty sure there's a reason behind that, right? We're supposed to be the nurturers and all those things, but a woman's heart has gotten her in so much trouble. And so women have learned that, look, and that Bruiser said it earlier. Didn't Bruiser say, well, what does he want you for? Does he want you to love you? Sometimes
exactly
y'all know what men want y'all for. So women have what I'm saying is women have ran into that guy so often, to the point where they thought it was like, oh, we in it, and he just wanted sex, and then they got hurt, because women are emotional creatures, right? And they found out the hard way that he didn't want you because he wanted you. He wanted you because he wanted you. You know what I'm saying? And so what has happened is now these women's like, oh, we peep game. And now they're taking their heart and their feelings out of it, right? Because putting your feelings in it means that you're doing exactly what Callie just said, that quote, right? you're being vulnerable and you're opening yourself up to be possibly hurt again, right? And even men at early ages, they get hurt one time and it's like, I ain't doing that shit again. So I think, so what is happening now is people are being more logical in their love instead of being emotional. At least a lot of women are. Because when you're emotional and you give your heart to somebody and you don't know their intent for you, you end up getting hurt. You do. And it's a lot of hurt people going. That's why marriage ain't happening. It's a lot of hurt people walking around hurting each other. Just keep on getting another relationship that's not working out. It's getting hurt, getting hurt, getting hurt. It's more hurt than anything else that's going on right now. And the marriage, the numbers, the stats of marriage show that.
Well, I would still say that if you go into it with the mindset that you're going to get hurt, then I don't think you truly fell in love.
I don't think they're going in with the mindset of getting hurt. I think they're going in being cautious. Like, look, I got to tread lightly. Like, I don't know his intent. I don't know. I'm just treading lightly.
Not what Callie just described.
But
that's different.
Even then, that's still being cautious with someone doesn't mean that you fell in love with them yet. You can be cautious throughout the entire dating process, but I think the feeling of falling in love, you don't feel like you handed somebody a loaded gun. That's all I'm saying. When you fall in love, you don't feel like you handed somebody a loaded gun. Now, you may be tiptoeing to love, or you may be like, I don't know if I want to give this person too much, but at that point, you haven't fallen in love.
Well, I agree that you don't feel it when you're falling in love. I think that you don't think that way until after you done fell in love and this nigga playing you. You know what I'm saying? You like, what have I? And now you can't get yourself out of it because your head, you all in love. You know what I'm saying? Your mind telling you one thing, but your heart saying another one, and you just mad.
Well, I think whenever these women who say that they feel like they handed somebody a loaded gun when they fall in love, typically those women are falling in love with motherfuckers who clearly ain't showing any characteristics that he's gonna be able to do right. He's probably some degenerate. He's probably just cheating. He's probably got a history of just going against his word, deviating, lying, and cheating. These women are falling in love with these guys because they just look good. They got the bag, and they got the bad boy. They got the bad boy look, and they got the status. And when they fall,
they fall. Couch.
Huh?
Or they may be broke men break hearts too.
Would you say
it's not
that?
just that, because some of these dudes really come in spitting good game.
That's what I was going to say.
They be chilling. They be cool. They know how to vibe. They know how to talk to the woman and all that. But it all be game. It all be game sometimes.
It be game.
That's what I'm saying.
Dudes will come through like that. Because
I'm not saying
you want a nice girl. You might not want all 3 or 4s. You might want a nice girl. So you'll play the game for a little bit until you hit, and then now it's like, oh, the ball is in my court now. Now I've assumed the leverage, and then
it
they show
ain't
them who they
nothing
really
like.
are.
Let me just tell you this: imagine a woman who was like, okay, I'm gonna finally let him, and then this nigga just let. Oh my God, child,
y'all are fucking hopeless.
That would hurt my feelings. Sorry, I'm like,
sick of y'all.
Mistaken, get in the car. We're going to do damage.
I am fucking sick of y'all. Y'all are hopeless.
Hold on, y'all. Let's take a pause.
That would hurt my feelings.
Take a pause.
But it's men out here who do that to women.
Let's take a pause.
Damn.
The way with the 199 says you broke, she broke equals a match. Successful MDs, $2. Who says I need a man to handle me? Realistic. That's Simone 499 says go through your options without using your bodies, ladies. Use your mind. And we don't utilize our DM. Maybe we need to learn to weed through them. That's Simone with the 199 says a vulnerable person is a healed person. D-Rob, also a member, $5 says, sweet mistaken. There's absolutely no benefit in being vulnerable with your lady and children. D-Rob, $5 says, we are men. We don't give a shh about love. We need respect. A woman's love is under conditions. Hink in the basement, $2. Also a member says, Darwin is the network punching bag. Hashtag fight back. Doug Will 499 says love is an action, not a feeling, and it is conditional. If you break those conditions, the love most definitely can be cut off. Dr. Steele, member for 33 months. Love is such an abstract word. Lord Chitron, Remember, for 24 months, says people have forgotten God. God is love. Without knowing God, you can know no love. That's Simone with the 1999 says, love is scary and brings out fears from a woman's perspective. We have to put our lives in your hands. So the process to get to that is going to be tough. It's supposed to be, look what we are handing you. And lastly, D. Rob $5 says, as a man, Mr. Lapeef, we can't really speak on this love thing. I fell in love with football. I ain't falling in love with my lady. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Thank you.
Y'all see how dark this shit is, bro.
He's hurt people, hurt people.
But like, here's the thing, though, and I want to ask Shan this. Sure. You notice how you was able to explain the fears that women go through and the trials and tribulations that they go through and falling in love. Mm-hmm. How is it that you never understand when men tell you that our fears when it comes to relationships?
Oh, I know you have fears. We hear it every week, and I agree with you.
All right,
it's good to hear the other way around. That's all I said. I accept your fears. I listen. I see your fears. If I were in your shoes, I see exactly what you see. Okay,
you know
I believe you.
You know what we need from you, Shan? Sometimes just all we need is I hear you, I understand. Like sometimes with you, it just be like, like we get a yeah, but we be like, God damn. But then when you let us know how the ladies feel, I mean, you still got a yeah, but I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't gonna hold you, but y'all are dark, bro.
Sweeney.
We've been through a lot of dark shit.
Callie, Sweeney. I understand.
I got a question. Yeah.
That's your understatement for the night.
I got a question for the panel again. Is a woman's freedom making her harder to protect, love, and lead? Is a woman's freedom making her harder to protect, love, and lead?
Here we go with this freedom thing.
I was going to say, I think that's a question for the men.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, what?
I ain't gonna lie. Because you got have where certain men, they don't even want a woman to have those traits of being, let's say, liberated. And you got certain women that have an over exaggeration of what it means in that sense. Like now they feel like they gotta equal out what men do, or even what men they've dealt with in the past do. So they have this over, and I don't like to say masculine energy, but like this over aggressive energy about them.
Okay. What you about to say?
Repeat that question one more time.
Is a woman's freedom making her harder to protect, love, and lead?
Okay. So
I think that's a man's question, Tara.
It is, but I'm going to speak from my perspective in regards to that. Just because I think we don't understand that love in itself is freedom. And part of that love is to reign in yourself, right? So I think what happens a lot of times, and I'm going to say just based on history and society, the way it's structured, is that men have a difficult time with learning how to operate or exercise within freedom for a woman, because historically women were put in position, or society was set up where there wasn't a level of freedom. There were conditions set up where it made it easier for men to control the situation, right? Women depended on men because they didn't have finances in order to take care of themselves, or in order for you to even make it within society, you had to get married, right? So it made it a lot easier for men to protect and move in a certain way, because the environment was set up like that. However, now you're on the opposite end of that, where there isn't any structures that are in place to force, that situation. And I think that's where men are having difficulty with that transition, and women are also fighting against it because it looks like to them a level of control. And I think there's kind of a validity on both sides with feeling like that. I think women are feeling like men think that in order for them to protect, that they have to control them, right? And I think on the other end of that, men are saying, I can't protect you if you don't allow me to control you. But if we're operating in freedom, operating in love, it's freedom. So I'm going to submit to you freely. It's not something you can make me do, right? So, I mean, that's kind of the way that I look at that.
I think there's a
So you saying if we're operating in love, it's freedom. If we're not operating in love, are you saying it's no control?
I don't think you have to control somebody in order to protect them. Meaning, if there's a level of trust and there is a level of vulnerability, and I'm saying I'm walking into this knowing that I'm going to give you the trust and responsibility to protect and take care of me.
How can I protect a
That
woman if
means
I don't have control over the situation?
you control the situation. You don't necessarily control the woman. Did we have this conversation before?
Well, I'm just taking the word you use. Y'all use the word control. We typically use the word lead. Somehow y'all just don't want to use the word leadership. Y'all just want to use the word control to absolve yourself from submitting to a man.
Who is y'all?
Whoever it applied to, the hit dog holler.
I think that's very different. Leading and controlling are two different things. And when you've experienced it, you can pretty much identify what that is.
Well, you spoke on protection and it transitioned to the word control, but you never decide, for some reason you didn't transition to the leadership when you were speaking on protection.
You didn't hear me say about submission and that's free and you give that freely.
You said men want to protect, or you said something along the lines that men struggle to protect a woman because they can't control her. Am I correct?
Right, because y'all find that to be synonymous. What I'm saying is that isn't.
No, we don't. We find protection and leadership to be synonymous. Protection is how the way we protect you is preventing you from doing stupid shit or preventing you from ruining a relationship from your end. So we have to have some type of control or authority in a relationship.
So I guess
it's not wrong. I don't know why y'all think it's wrong or think it's bad for a man to have some type of control. When you can go to work and work for your boss, and he can have the authority and control over you. He could tell you when and where you can clock in and clock out.
But is that what you consider leadership? That's my point.
Damn right.
Your boss
there's a reason behind why I'm telling you not to
leave. You can leave. I've left jobs because I did not like
women are filing at a 70% rate at initiation for divorce. We know you could leave.
Well,
you could leave.
That's my point. So when you guys try to use the example like, oh, you go and listen to your boss every day, there are so many people that leave their job for that very reason. But there's a totally different.
So how are you invalidating my comparison?
That when there's a boss that you've had that have great leadership skills, right? And they have this in terms of leading. They lead by example. They walk that walk, right? Their behavior shows certain things about, I trust that you know your job and I'm gonna allow you to do it. Is a lack of like micromanagement, like those kind of things. It puts you in a position to thrive, right? And when you are free to thrive, you typically want that person's input.
Your boss does not have to lead by an example. Your boss simply have to give you a list of tasks and instructions that he don't necessarily have to show you an example of how to do it. He could train you. He could have somebody train you. And he could just say, hey, look, you qualify for this position based on your skills. You know how to do this. I'm going to relegate these tasks to you. Go perform them. I don't have to lead by example. I don't got to show you. Just go and do them.
Yeah, but
there's no problem with that, right?
Yeah, but you don't want your person to be in an uncomfortable position, right? Nobody likes to be controlled. I mean, half of y'all podcasting because you don't want to go to work. You want to be able to freely get on and be flexible. Nobody wants to be stiff like anywhere, and that's even in a relationship. You don't want to be somebody's like always telling you this, and this. Now, we're not saying women should just be reckless and causing drama and pretty much leaving the whole family vulnerable because you got to protect them from themselves. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying that too much control, like you're just being overly controlling. That's toxic.
But most men aren't overly controlling. Why are we treating it like that? Like most men, even your boss don't have to micromanage you, but he does have control. Like he doesn't have most bosses don't want to have to micromanage you. Most men don't want to have to micromanage your life and say do this and do that, and then they got to come behind you every 2 seconds to make sure you're doing it right. But he should be able to, with his leadership, he should be able to tell you to do something and it gets done, and he leaves it up to you on how you need to get it done.
Well, so are you saying women don't do that? That doesn't sound
I didn't say that at all. The whole conversation was about how controlling men are. I didn't say whether women did anything or not. I'm just asking, why is it always seen as when men say that they need control or leadership, or they need somebody to be willing to follow them when it comes to their leadership, because we have to protect you, that y'all always resort to the worst common denominator, which is an overly controlling man that wants to micromanage you.
Because most men who sit there and say they want control, that most men who are leaders don't have to tell people that we automatically follow.
How do you know that?
You don't have to articulate that.
How do you know that?
Let me just tell you this. If you're telling your woman, I want to have control, there's something wrong with their relationship.
Shane, I'm sorry, but you don't know what we're telling our women. However, we are having a public discussion. It's a public discussion where we're expressing to y'all. No, wait.
Okay.
Where we're expressing to y'all what us as men, as a community, need from our women. I think we should be free to express that. I don't understand why every time we express that, you say we get this pushback as, well, most men don't have to have that conversation with their women. Yeah, but we do have to have. Go ahead.
So you want me to? You don't want to talk. I'm talking in general. Most people. You're talking about people who complain on the internet. That's not most people. Okay. So when I'm talking about most people who are in flourishing relationships, they're not having these conversations control between their husbands. Not the people. Most of my friends are married. So we're talking about in general, real life in general.
I am also talking about in general, but that's why I said most men aren't trying to control you or micromanage you. But when you said most men aren't having these conversations with their women, you're right. We're not, but we are having these conversations with y'all online.
So right, and so we're just
even the ones that don't have to have these conversations with their wives. I'm quite sure Bruiser doesn't have to always have this conversation with his wife. I'm sure Mistaken Husband doesn't have to have this conversation with her all the time. I'm sure Trev doesn't have to have this conversation with his wife all the time. I don't have to have this conversation with my wife all the time. However, when I'm speaking to y'all publicly and y'all express to us how much disdain y'all have for leadership, we have to have this conversation with y'all.
So let me clarify, because maybe you're not understanding. I, just like you, don't have a problem with the man having control. I'm Mistaken does not. I've seen her marriage. The people on this panel, just like you. So we're talking about outside. We're just assuming this outside people, the women that I know, they don't seem to have these problems. They have great men that they do not have a problem with following. So these people you're talking about, maybe we need to pull them up, meet them, and hear
they come up on this panels all the time. You hear them all the time.
Right. So
when we talk about leadership, we get pushed back all the time. You're arguing with us right now.
I'm not arguing about leadership. I'm saying I follow leaders.
You're saying, why do you need to control me? I'm not like my job.
What I said. I did not say, why do you need to control me? I didn't say that.
I got a question for the panel. Can a man fully commit to a woman who refuses his leadership?
Okay, well, I don't think a man should fully commit to a woman that refuses his leadership. But I do implore everybody to look up the definition of lead and leadership, because nowhere in that definition does it include the word control. And I was speaking to the perspective of what Darwin first said, was that y'all include the word control, we don't, and then proceeded to contradict himself by saying we need to control you in order to lead. And I don't think a true leader needs to control anybody. And I think that speaks to the overall topic of, are women too free to love properly? If a man doesn't believe that a woman should have freedom, or he believes that she needs to be controlled, that thus means that she cannot be free. Because even when you're being led, you have a free mindset and you're able to think and make decisions for yourself. By controlling somebody, you remove that freedom.
How about this? How about this? We're willing to let y'all be free when we no longer control y'all, if y'all remove the responsibility of leadership from us. Y'all can be free to do whatever.
Definition of leadership?
What I mean by that is, because to lead does mean that you have to have some form of control over your subordinates. The people that you have following you, you have to have some form of control over how they move. If you have to protect somebody, you have to have some form of control over that. I am willing to let y'all walk away from being controlled if y'all are willing to let us walk away from being responsible for y'all. So that means when you decide to leave, because Mistaken is absolutely right. On her job, when she doesn't like the job, she can quit her job at any moment, but she don't get a severance package if she quit. So if you're telling us that you want to be able to walk away from us because you don't like our leadership or you don't like the way we're doing things, then you should be able to walk away and move on your own devices and leave our assets, leave our money, leave everything. Don't get a severance package. We should still be responsible for you. And I will argue, if you want to leave, the kids stay here. They stay right here with me. You go.
So
you take.
So listen,
like I think we is, go ahead, Trey.
All right. So what I'm saying is, responsibility without authority is slavery, right? So that's what we're getting at. You can't have any responsibility over a situation if you don't have the right to, at some level, control the situation. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't tell a dude to be a general, but he can't tell his soldiers what to do that are underneath him. It doesn't make sense. If he can't, so that's all we're getting at. We're not trying to say that we want to have people bounded by chains.
Ain't nobody trying to micromanage you,
abusive and all that. Nobody. It's not even that deep, right? Nobody's a tyrant, but whoever has the authority is responsible for it. It's just like a team leader, but you have to trust in that team leader's decision making. Somebody has to be the person who does it, but understand that it's not just you trusting him. He's burdened with that, and is accepting that responsibility of a leader, and he has to suffer the consequences when it doesn't go right. He has to fix it when something goes wrong. And we can't just leave it at that. Go ahead.
I'm glad you used the wording control the situation, because I think that's what Ms. Taken said earlier. It's not about controlling the person. It's about controlling the situation. In any situation, a person is going to have their own free mind. So yes, they can leave at any moment. They have to trust you and believe in you and respect you enough to follow your leadership. You cannot control their mindset. And the idea of trying to control a woman is, like I said earlier, removing the idea that she deserves freedom.
Oh God!
So how do you control? How do you tell a woman not to go here? Hey, look, no, you don't need to be going out with your friends. How do you do that without controlling her?
You just say it.
And then, okay.
The question is, what is the concern about her going out with her friends? And that's the place you need to speak from.
There ain't no concern. I just said it.
Yeah, and you have free will to say that. You can just say it. But if you think
Okay,
you're
so
gonna lock her up in a
because
basement,
so that's
and
not
tell her
me
she can't go,
controlling whether
that's
you can go
control.
out or not. That's not control.
Excuse me, what did you say, Darwin?
You said controlling the situation in that the same thing, controlling the situation, controlling the decision, controlling her whereabouts.
No, you're stating your position from a
So what do
leadership
y'all
perspective.
mean? So what do y'all mean by controlling somebody?
Yeah, I think we're
Give
She
me
just
one
said lock
second
her.
to
She
finish
said
what
lock
I'm
her in the
saying.
basement.
Lock her in the
Lock her in the
basement.
basement.
She said lock her in the basement. So this is
Yeah,
what we're
again,
doing.
I think to
It's
Trav's
almost
point,
like we
y'all
got
are going too
like a
extreme with this
narrative
shit.
right now. We're going extremes here.
I think
There
we're
is
Can
a
I
going
happy
finish my
medium.
point?
Listen,
Can I finish my
think
point?
we're going. Listen, I think we're going extremes because we've all met men like that before, right?
Give
So
me
you
one
have
God
to
damn,
know.
how
No,
many of
Give me
them?
So
one
you're not
second.
healed
Y'all
yet.
speaking from trauma.
Because my
No,
point
Yeah,
in
you're not
saying
healed yet.
that,
No, it's
because
not
we're
about
bringing
being
up
just say
healed.
speaking from
No,
trauma.
wait a minute. It's not about being healed. It's you're using the word that literally means it's control. Like, what does the word control mean? Maybe you
But
need to use another word or clarify what you're meaning by that word. Like you
No,
just
we
need.
gonna use the
I
word.
just
We know what it means.
I
You
just
triggered.
clarified it, and y'all are still sitting here trying to push back.
did
Nobody's
No, but
trying
he
to.
did
brought
you
up
look
a
up the
different
definition of
point.
Listen,
leadership yet?
listen. Nobody's trying to micromanage you. Nobody. No man wants to have to micromanage his woman. But if he says, man, I don't want you to go out tonight, and he tells you why, are you gonna give him pushback?
No.
Are you gonna that's all we're asking for.
Well, see that is
There go
so.
the
Said
buttocks.
axing.
No, this is the thing when we're talking about clarity, because the thing that matter is where is it coming from, right? So there are men who will just say, I don't want you to go out, right? For the sake of just not going out because they want you to stay home. And I don't want you to go to this store. I don't want you to do that. Like, those are things that women are talking to about being controlling. If I want to go to Walmart, why am I getting pushback about going to Walmart? Like,
Or
and I'm
talking to your
By-
mother, like
by round of hands, fellas. How
I'm
many
just-
of us have a
random example.
I
So
know.
So if it's all in a place of where it's coming from. So let's say we're in a bad neighborhood and you're like, listen, it's not safe for you to go out, right now, whatever. I'll go with you or something like that. That's very different coming from a place of I'm wanting to make sure that I protect you because I know we're in an unsafe environment
So let me
versus
ask you this, Mr.
your ego and you don't want me to go out with my friends just because you don't like my
I
friends.
get it. If
That's
I don't want
something-
you to go out with your friends, and I say, hey, if I just say I don't want you to go out tonight, are you gonna find it a problem if I don't tell you where it's coming from?
no.
So
why are you arguing this?
So let me.
It's not about
Bruiser,
arguing
Yes,
that.
I
Bruiser,
need to know
real
why.
fast.
My question is always going to be why. I hate it.
Okay, so
Bruiser,
your question is
Bruiser,
I
2
am
seconds,
a
2
white
seconds.
person. I need clarification around.
you need clarification.
Bruiser.
So let me ask you this: if your boss called you at 9:30 at night, he said, you know what, tomorrow don't come in and work. Take the day off and come in Monday. Are you gonna ask him for clarification?
Absolutely, because my question is going to be, am I fired? Like, did I do?
He told you to come in
Nobody-
Monday. Why would you be fired?
Right. What is the issue? What is the concern? Why are you? Yes, I ask why all the time. Now, some people hate it, and it is what it is. But what they won't be able to say is that
Okay, so if your boss say he said don't worry about why, just don't come in tomorrow, come in Monday, are you gonna find that a problem?
Well, yeah, I would. But am I going to go in on Monday? I absolutely will, because then I'm going to ask at that time, like, okay, so what happened? That's just the way that I'm made, right? I need clarification around things. If I don't have clarification around things, it bothers me. I can't operate fully when I don't know why I'm doing what you're asking me to do.
Can I say something real fast? Mistaken has a different way. So there are so many forms of control. I have seen situations where people are not even close to their families anymore because their partners are controlling the situation. I've seen kids who the parent divorces, they go into another relationship, and that the person in that relationship does not want them to be around their old family. Those are also controlled situations. So when we're talking about control, people, depending on their experience, they're going to take that some other way. And you're right, Sweeney. When you clarified it, that's why I stopped talking. I heard what you said. I kept on moving because you clarified it. But when you speak of control, you don't know where people's minds are going, because everybody's experienced control in different types of ways, especially women. So you have to clarify.
You know what?
Nobody has a problem. Let me just say this. Most women, when they're in love with a man, they love a man, right? And he says, babe, I don't want you going to this club. Most women, I've had a dude make me quit one of my jobs because of his. That's fine. If I love him, that's cool.
What was he working at?
It wasn't I'm a teacher. I just had a part-time job.
What was a part-time job at?
I was a bartender. And an appropriate
Come
way.
on.
Like I never
Come on.
Listen, I'm a teacher. I'm a
What are you
teacher.
doing?
I've always been appropriate.
Wow.
Don't even do that.
Y'all don't even go together.
God,
So you don't drink tequila at a bar? Come on now.
I do,
Wow.
but I don't bartend.
The reason
at a
why
bar.
I was hesitant is because I'm talking about alcohol, and I'm gonna, but at the end of the day, I don't mind if my guy tells me to do something. I don't think of that as control, though, for whatever reason. If he gives me a suggestion, I'm like, you're right, and I'll not do it. But I don't think of that as control. But I do know situations where people try to control you, and it keeps you away from your family. It keeps you away from. We've experienced that too.
Right.
And you like, oh, you bugging, dude. You gotta go.
So Shan, what reason would you have from us to believe that that's what we were suggesting?
I don't know y'all like that. Sometimes y'all look at this right here, Sweeney. The thing about it is maybe it's not you, but we don't know who our listeners are, right? Sometimes the people in the chat, when y'all sitting here saying control, it's that dude. And y'all sitting here saying that he's right, and he don't even realize y'all talking about a totally different type of control.
Remember, we ain't even supposed to be reading the chat and getting into the chat like that. You have to
clarify, even for the slow person in the chat. You understand? The person.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think the slow person in the chat misinterpreted it.
No. So you guys, let me just ask you a question, because it's almost.
Please ask a question.
We are giving you examples of things that women experience, and just like you said, okay, Shantae, we just want you to understand it from a female's perspective. You're not a female, but you may have a daughter, right? And how about do you want your husband to control her? And it could be toxic. When you're saying control, it's just a blanket statement. So do you want your daughter to be with a man who controls everything that she does?
Oh my God, Jesus!
I'm just answering
the way that we explained it, yes. The way that we just articulated it, yes, we expect her to be under his coverage.
So the way that Sweeney explained it, I agree. But the conversation, most of the conversation happened before that explanation.
No, it didn't. That's where y'all took it. It seems like no matter what, y'all take it as the worst possible case scenario.
No, we were just saying that for the internet.
They're speaking for trauma. Remember,
for the internet,
it's trauma, pessimism.
So for the internet,
just being cynical.
There are different. So in a classroom, you have different people from different walks of life, right? And they take things different based on their walk of life. So since we are reaching multiple people, we like to zoom in and clarify, say, hey, put as much clarity to it as possible. So you just gave an example. So if your man said this, and this, yes, Mistaken had a problem with it, but most of us like, yeah, we just wouldn't do it. Control.
All right. So first and foremost, Shan, this is the first thing that you have to do when it comes to these conversations. You have to approach us in good faith. Sure. You have to at least take us in good faith. And then you can ask, hey, Trev, okay, I get that. I see that, and I would never have a problem with that. Mm-hmm. Do you think that this will be a problem if a man did this? And then we can answer yes or no and put that out there. But when y'all just start throwing out the worst case scenarios, and now we got to argue with y'all about the worst possible case scenario. Hold on a minute. God damn it.
Sweeney, I know you're not talking. You was over there, the whole time people talking like with these gestures, theatrical.
I can be theatrical. Well, I let you talk though. I was theatrical, but I let you talk.
Yeah, Jesus, Broadway. Go ahead.
Hey, look, that fall out my chair was epic though. You got to admit that. I slid out this chair like, but no, though, like if you approach like if you approach it in good faith, but what y'all are doing to us is basically y'all are saying, hell no, we ain't doing that shit. That type of control just means you're just trying to take our West away and make us not go to Walmart. We like, that ain't what we're talking about here. Like, if y'all came in good faith, it would be a better conversation. But y'all are attacking what we're saying from a hurt crowd perspective, to where it's not even like you're asking us to answer for things that we did not do or that we're not advocating for.
Oh, I get it. And so let me just say this, Winnie, I understand. But let's just be honest. That's most of these conversations. Most of us don't experience half of the things we talk about in this conversation. We always take the wild card and make it like it's the normal, right? So this is no exception to the rule. But I get what you're saying, and you're absolutely correct. That's all.
Go ahead, Callie. You want to get in there?
Nope. No, I'm just playing.
Right here. This is the modern woman right here. Hey, look, this is the modern woman right here.
She like, just playing.
I don't know. I don't even know how we got on this topic, to be honest. I was like still stuck on my last sentence. I was just letting y'all like hash it out and stuff. I mean, I get both sides, right? I get that, to be a leader, it does take some form of control, some form of authority to be able to like, to direct the relationship to the next level, right? I get that. I also get what the ladies are saying as far as like how some people have certain traumas when it comes to the word control because they've been in situations where they've been vulnerable before and it didn't work out for them. I just think that I'm just going to be honest and straightforward and not bounce around the back. I mean, it is kind of true. Like, in order for you to be a leader, you do have to have some sense of authority, right? But, like I said on the last panel, with great power comes great responsibility. So it's really important to make sure that the person you're choosing to lead you, that they are someone that is worthy of having that position or won't abuse the power that you are giving them. So it's a plethora of things, but yeah, that's pretty much my stance.
Has freedom turned love into a business deal instead of a bond?
I think it wasn't freedom that did that. I think that it was people that did that. And it wasn't the fact that they are free to do it. I think it's just people, when they're given too many choices, they typically choose the wrong choice. They overthink it, or I don't know. We are just product of our environments and our emotions sometimes. And sometimes we allow our emotions to make us make the wrong decisions. And part of having those wrong decisions are, why would I choose to be in a relationship when I have all these other options that I can have, A, B, C, D, E, F, G? But at the end of the day, that's not love. So I'm not going to put love in this topic because that has nothing to do with love. That's not love at all. And no one can sit here and say that is love. That's not love. That's selfishness. That's being selfish and choosing a whole different lifestyle over having someone that can ride with you for the rest of your life. So I think that people just choose themselves. I think they're not choosing love at all. That's why I said that they're not choosing love. They're choosing something else. And that has nothing to do with love.
Y'all know what?
What the hell did she just say?
Nah, man, don't be like that. Y'all know the kind of women that experience that kind of control. Y'all want to know what kind of women wind up experiencing that type of man? Like the controlling in a negative way? Wow. Y'all want to know what kind of the ones that say shit like
straight women.
Only the right kind of man I need the right kind of man to tame me. That's how you run into the motherfucker that's gonna beat your head across, like not literally in the literal sense, but that's how you run into those type of aggressive men.
No, I think
because most men aren't trying to tame and or control nobody or micromanage them. That's why submission is a choice. That's why we need your submission. That has to be a choice of yours, because ain't nobody trying to fight you over everything and have to argue with you about everything and have to micromanage you about everything. But a woman that has to be micromanaged, or say a man only the right type of man can tame me like she's some goddamn wild hyena, that's the type of woman that gets into those type of situations. And I'm gonna be real with you. There's been plenty of women that have come up on this panel that have said some shit like that, and they in the chat right now talking about how they don't like them type of men, but they come up here and tell us how wild of a hyena they are and how difficult they can be. When you're difficult like that, you run into people like that because, man, if I have to argue with you of everything, either the man gonna leave or he gonna double down.
Okay, I think to answer your question, I think the type of women that end up in those type of relationships with that type of man are straight women that deal with men that believe that the definition of leadership is control.
Are you playing for the other team or something?
I'm not.
Are you one of them Tic Tac girls?
I just don't play for the team of men that believe that they have to control their woman.
God damn! Like, you know what? Look, hey, like I said, you know what the beauty thing. You know what the beautiful thing about today is, about today's time, is that none of y'all are in relationships. The men and women alike. All of y'all chose. Well, I'm not talking about y'all. God, Lee, stop taking it as a personal shot. I'm just saying in general. That's the beautiful thing.
Women who typically say
I'm just saying you said y'all, so I thought you were talking.
We were just
no, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, if the shoe fit, word.
In general, the beautiful thing about today is that none of y'all are in relationships. Most of these people are single and they going about it alone by their damn selves. So y'all should be the happiest people on planet Earth because you don't have to fall under the thumb of a man. Go be happy then. But don't sit here and talk about how you need a leader no more. Don't come up here talking about how you need a man no more. Don't tell us how much, like, stay on that side and just be happy with the hell y'all doing. Because god damn, this is a damn headache. To have to fight with y'all, like to be told that we have to be responsible for you as men, to be told that we have to be responsible for you. But we can't have any control over or any leadership over you. It's crazy to me. Then I don't want to be responsible for you. I don't want to have to protect the person I can't control. I don't want to have to be responsible for a person I can't get to do what I need them to do or have any leadership over them. I don't want any of that trouble over a person that chooses to want to be against me at every chance you get. Go be free and stay over there.
Sweeney,
there's a place for those.
Perspective. Can you please do me a favor and look up the definition of what leadership is? Look up the definition of lead and tell me what you come back with.
I know the definition of leadership. Those qualities, those qualities, they still have to have some form of control over their subordinates.
Over the situation.
Over their subordinates. It's not just a situation. If you get out of line, I have the ability to either get you to move in a certain direction or remove you from the direction.
How are you going to do that?
So if your boss, I'll give you an example. And that's the point. Is that you don't have to. The thing is that we shouldn't have to get physical with you. Why does it always got to go to physical?
Somebody somewhere. What do you have to do?
You want to know what they? All right. Let's look at it from. Hold on, wait, Bruce. We ain't even got to go in that direction. You want to know how your job can control you and move you in a certain way? They just let you go and stop paying you, and no service package. They just say
that's the job's choice. They are controlling
right,
the situation,
but the problem is the problem is that they are controlling the person. They kicking them out the job.
The person could still come back to the building.
No, they can't. They can say, "Get your ass out."
They physically can still come back to the building. Physically, they still can.
So they can walk up. So they can walk up to the building. They can walk up to the edge of the property line. Hold on, wait. They can walk up to the edge of the property line to do whatever they want. However, when it comes to them being within that building and operating within the confines of that building, the job can remove them at any given time. Their job is no longer responsible for that person. They no longer have to pay that person. That person doesn't get no severance package from them. They get to walk away free and clear. But in these particular situations, men are being expected to still be responsible with no control. Y'all saying, well, just control the situation. Part of controlling the situation is controlling how the people up underneath me move.
Well, you should have controlled marrying the right person.
God damn it. Yep. And when y'all get controlled people, y'all should have worried about being in the right situation. God damn it. Shit, since we gonna go down that route.
I got a quick
Go ahead,
question.
Callie. Hold on, Callie had a thing. No, go ahead, Callie.
I was just gonna say this is kind of a little bit off topic, but not too much. I kind of wanted to go back to the whole freedom thing, and I don't know if you guys believe in God or not, but for me, I feel like God gave us the freedom to choose if we decide to walk with Him or not. And the reason He did that is because He understood that in order to have true love, it comes with free will. And so when I think of freedom, I think of the free will to make a choice if I'm going to love you to the fullest extent or if I'm not going to love you at all. And that's kind of how I live my life. And what I think when I think of freedom, that's what I think of is like God gave us all the choice to choose Him or not. And it's similar to like, with relationships, because a relationship with God to me is more important than anything. So the way I treat my relationship with God is definitely going to be similar to how I treat my relationships. So when I think of the topic that Lapeef said, and that is why I made the statement I made earlier. Now with this whole like control and stuff that we've been on for the past 45 minutes, I don't know, but for me, that's what I think of. And I think that when you go and you make the choice to be with someone, you want to have that choice to be with someone instead of being forced to find someone just because you have to, because you're a woman and you're getting old. No, you want to find someone that's suitable and take the time to make sure that this is going to be the person that you walk with forever. Because me, when I get married, I really only want to get married once. No matter what we go through, I don't want to get divorced. So I'm very particular in whom I choose to be that person for life.
God has very
I really like that you use that, Callie.
God has very strict consequences for you not following Him, right?
Of course.
There's extremely strict consequences for that. Now, I don't know about y'all. Now, all right, put it like this. I grant y'all that, right? I will grant them that. Oh no, wait, I will grant you that. But then there should be consequences for when you turn away from the man that you choose to be your leader, he's no longer able to control you or be able to lead you the way that he should. Then he should be able to let you go in a certain way that makes it consequential for you, just like God makes it consequential for you.
Did you create that woman?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's not relate it to God in that way then.
First of all, Sweeney, you can't
appropriate.
grant them an argument that is inaccurate. When she's making a statement about God, the way God loves, He allow you to choose Him or not. But if let's say you did choose Him, because we're talking about you choosing a man and you get in a relationship. When you got a relationship with God, God is probably one of the most controlling figures you would ever try to understand. He has strict commandments and strict rules. There is no condition upon where you can deviate at all. Period. Straightforward, no chasers. So there is no arguing with you. God don't argue with you. Once you start sinning, it's repentance immediately.
Exactly, and that is
you're going to try to use God.
That's exactly what submission is.
You just better be glad.
Exactly what submission is.
You better just be glad. You better be glad that the men are not running around here using leadership methods that God would use. Because I would argue that in a lot of cases, if you read the word, God was a chastising God. God showed His wrath, especially to the ones who followed Him. So I don't know why you chose to use that comparison. It kind of came back and slapped you in the face.
What do you mean a comparison? What do you mean a comparison? I wasn't stating it to say that you can't allow your man to lead. I never made that statement. And in fact, if you reverse this tape earlier, I even stated that in order to lead, you do have to have some form of authority, which was stated earlier. I'm not going to go back on that. The reason I made that statement was because of the whole talk about freedom and what freedom really is and why people have freedom, why people have the willingness to make a choice. People can't love you if they don't have the choice to love you. And so that is why I made that statement. And yes, you don't think that there are consequences for not choosing someone, or you don't think there are consequences
what you're doing is you're talking about the choice to love. We're talking about the choice on whether We're talking about the choice on whether not to follow our leadership or our command or our suggestions or our
And you don't think there are
recommendations or our
consequences for not
orders.
choosing to allow your
That's it.
husband to
No, there aren't.
assist? No, what I'm saying is let me finish because you're going to jump to conclusions and assumptions are
Go ahead.
not a
Go
good
ahead.
thing. What I'm saying is there are consequences and things that happen that are not in your favor when you don't allow the man to do what he needs to do in the relationship. When it comes to leadership, there are consequences that come to that, because at the end of the day, there are consequences to everything. Everything has some type of consequence to it that when you choose outside of your relationship. That's not what I'm saying.
Well,
I was
again,
sticking to the
you
prompt
said,
because we've been on the same
I've
conversation
heard
for
what
the
you
past
said.
45 minutes.
I heard what you said. You said God allows you to choose him.
To
You're
choose
talking about a
him.
select. If we were supposed to draw the parallel to what we're talking about in dating and relationships, you're talking about the selection process.
Yes.
No man is out here forcing a woman to be with him.
I wasn't
We're
stating.
talking about a situation where you're already with the person. You're already partnered up. You're already in a relationship, and you don't want to listen to his command.
And
We're
every
saying
day you
if you're
have to
drawing a
make a choice.
comparison with God, when you don't listen to God's command, it's wrath. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wrath, but
So I'm
also
telling
mercy
you,
and
So, Bruce,
grace.
you're speaking in
We're
marriage, right?
we're forgetting that there's also grace. People don't always make the right decisions all the time, and sometimes the best leaders are the ones that they understand that you may not make the best decision now, but they're able to lead you to the next one, to a better one. Nobody's perfect. Like I just hate how
hell
we
no.
just feel like we all have to be perfect and we all have to sit in this little box and be perfect, and we can't do this, and we can't do like we don't make mistakes. Like
Nobody's asking y'all to be perfect, and nobody is saying that y'all would never make mistakes, and nobody is saying that a man shouldn't have grace. What we're speaking of now, I'm going to go to the extreme, is where you like God will have wrath for somebody that questions his authority at every chance they get. God would have a wrath for a person that constantly deviates from what he says. He won't continue to show grace and mercy at every chance. We're not saying that you should, but what we're saying is that we're talking about the instances where we're dealing with cantankerous women who do not want to do anything underneath the man that they chose. You picked them. You picked them. You made babies with them. You let them inside you. You went there. Sometimes y'all make it down the altar. Most of the time y'all don't. And all we're asking is, how is it that you're having such a hard time following his leadership?
Let me show you what grace looks like.
Nothing
Cal.
wrong with following leadership.
so
Why are we
let me show
twisting
you
my
what grace
words?
looks like.
You've been twisting my words this
Here's what
entire
grace look
show.
like. I'm gonna respond to your grace theory because it was a good one. Here's what grace looks like. If you my woman and you say, hey, look, I'm gonna go to the nail shop or whatever to get my nails done and stuff after I get off work, and I say, no, you need to come back home as soon as you get off work. Me showing you grace is you stay about 7 minutes from the house. You got 7 minutes to get your ass home. That's your grace.
So
you have 7 minutes to get home. That's your grace.
God damn it, Bruiser.
Look, so I think that
I'm just
we want to let's just be honest. I think that people have a problem with
we act like this is how everyone's relationship is. This is crazy. Why are we sitting here fronting?
God damn it, Bruiser.
Why are we fronting like that's how relationships are? You know damn well you would not talk to your wife like that. That's disrespectful. And that's disrespectful to talk to her as a lady. We sat here just yesterday talking about how a man should talk to a woman or how women should have men talk to them to treat them more like a lady. But we're over here calling these women whores and you need to come home at a certain time or else I'm going to like what? Like
are you
she's
married?
Gonna come home. She's going to come home.
We don't call that disrespect. We call that listening to your man.
She's going to come home because she loves you and she respects you.
She's
not because
because
you demand her
I told
to,
her she need to come
respect.
home.
She's
going to come home. I told her ass to come home.
Mm-hmm. And if I tell his ass to come home, he better come home too. Nigga, don't be in that house in about 5 minutes. See what's going to happen. Okay, got it.
What's going to happen to him?
I'm just saying, try it.
What's gonna happen to him?
Try it.
What's gonna happen
to him? You shouldn't have to tell your partner that. They should already know. That's the crazy part.
Well, muscle. You're right. You're right. There's a such thing as muscle memory. If you get a habit of telling your woman to do X and Y, she start to learn it.
Because when I'm in a relationship with a man and I know my man is home and I just got off of work, what is going to be my reason unless it's something that is like an emergency situation that I'm not going to come home to my man or let him know, hey, I need to come home. My man is home. My man is at the house. What else reason would I be having going outside unless there was something that was planned that I had advised him with ahead of time that I'm going to go, hey, my best friend's birthday, or hey, there's an emergency situation. Why wouldn't we just go home? Why do we have to sit here? If you have to tell somebody to come home, then that questions the relationship.
You ever worked a job? You ever worked a job and been late to work and your boss had to tell you, hey, you need to come on time? Have you ever say to him, why do you got to tell me to be here on time?
I've been late to work, but like I stated earlier, I gave notice that I was going to be late for work. I didn't just show up late for work and expect my boss to be like, okay with it. Okay, I know that I need to
if my wife said, hey, look, it's some traffic. If my wife says some traffic, then yeah, her grace gets extended, to answer your question. But there's no argument on why do I got to come home, or why should you have to tell me?
I don't think I've argued.
This
I agree with you, Darwin. I don't, and I haven't argued this entire panel. I don't argue.
Y'all want to know what's hilarious though? I know more women that talk to their husbands like that than I know men that talk to their wives like that.
That's wrong.
Correct.
You should. This is the thing: is that what you guys are describing is respect, having respect for your partner. When
that ain't what I just said. I said the way that y'all just like got the ick from what Bruiser said. I hear more wives talk to their husbands like that than I hear husbands talk to their wives like that.
I'm not making it a man or a woman scenario.
I just said that to my partner like 15 minutes ago. So absolutely. Sure did.
So why did you get the ick when he said it?
I didn't. I said no because I disagree with him. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you was like, Bruiser, really? Are you fucking?
I feel like
she agreed with him.
Are y'all reading my messages or something? Like that was really weird that Bruiser said that, and I literally just said that.
What I'm saying
Callie,
is,
at the same time, do you think that it's wrong for women to do that?
I do. I think that there is a way.
You think Shan is wrong right now, pretty much.
I think that you can talk to your. I'm not going to tell who's wrong.
No. What do you mean?
Hell no. What do you mean?
Can I finish what I'm saying? I don't want to. I really don't. I always answer the question. I don't bounce around it, and I try to answer it as fast as I can. But the thing is, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that, yeah, there is a way that you could talk to your man like, hey, like, you know, what's going on? Like, can you please come home? Like, you don't have to like, you need to come home at a certain time. I'm not your mother.
I'm about to say, please come home.
I'm not your mother. I shouldn't even have to tell you.
So you think that Shan was absolutely wrong for the way that she articulated that, right?
Well, yeah, like why? But
what'd you say, Shan?
I did not say please. I said Negro.
Context matters. If I tell my husband, hey, bring that ass home. That's
how your ass it's gonna be some problem.
So Callie, I need you to approach Shan with that same smoke you just gave Bruce.
She's a grown woman. I didn't even come at Darwin that way.
Tell Shan she's disrespectful, like you told me. Tell Shan that she's disrespectful to her husband.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that because I didn't even do that.
The hypocrisy, my God!
Damn. I'm just choosing not to tell a grown person.
You know how to clip this.
Tell a grown person that.
This motherfucker. 2 hours and 30 minutes.
You told Bruiser that is not the way a man should be talking to his woman.
I said it again when they stated. Sorry, I don't mean to raise my voice.
Damn,
when they stated earlier, when he said that, do you feel it's wrong? I said yes, and he says, what would you say? I said you could have said it a different way. He says, do you feel that way with Shan? I said yes. I never retracted on what I said. You guys are twisting it to make me look bad. What I'm trying to say is,
I don't feel bad about that.
What I'm trying to say is this is
this is my take on a certain situation. I'm not going to tell Darwin how to run his household. I'm not going to tell Shan how to
You
run her
just did.
household.
You just
I'm
told
going to
me.
give it.
Just
I didn't
did.
tell you. I
You
said this
just
is my
did.
take on the situation and why I feel the way I feel. I can have my own
Oh, well, we
perception or
got the
how I
clip.
want to live my own thing. That's fine. I just said it's wrong and it's disrespectful. That's what I said. That is my perception. I'm not telling you you have to do this or you have to do that. I have my own perception and I'm entitled to it. Just like you think women that have options are whores, I think that it's disrespectful to sit there and demand something from somebody when you shouldn't have to do that unless, like, I just feel like the way we talk to each other needs to have some type of respect or respect for our partners. I'm not going to disrespect
You hear that,
Let me
Shan?
clarify.
You hear
I
that,
also
Shan?
think that there's a
or
difference in terms
boyfriend or husband since you guys hate
in-
partners so much.
there's a
No,
difference
this is
in hold
crazy.
on. There's a difference in context in what's being said. I know the difference between my husband saying, "You better bring that ass home," versus you better bring that ass home. It's two different contexts. So in one of the contexts, I'm gonna be making sure I get my ass home. In the other context is very different in terms of the reasoning behind like what's going on, you know. So I do think context matters. Just like
I mean,
if I was
there's
to
also
tell-
a reason why guys like
Nah, hold
Wait
on.
a
I'm not-
minute. That's
Nope,
not
nope,
what just
nope,
happened.
nope,
That is
that
not
is
what we
not
just
just what
witnessed.
happened.
That is
What
not
just
what we just
happened
witnessed. You trying to clean
is
it up.
No, is that what she was
hold
saying?
on,
She
wait a
said
minute.
she just texted him. So I'm assuming that because if I send a text like that to my husband, he knows what that means. So
No,
I'm
that's
assuming
not
That's not what Shan meant.
we're talking about.
Nope.
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
Bruiser
Well, then
said
that's
how he
I
would.
digress
Bruiser
then.
said,
My
hold on.
bad.
Yeah, we were talking about giving grace, and Bruiser talked about his version of giving grace, which he said, if I tell your ass to be home and you got and it takes 7 minutes to get to the house, your ass should be here in 7 minutes. That means bring your ass home. Callie said, Bruiser, that is not the way you talk to your wife. You should not be talking that way. That is disrespectful.
I didn't
So
say
then-
that. I said it's disrespectful to have that statement to someone. Respect is important, and how you speak to someone is important. I didn't say
Well,
that's not how you talk to your wife. You need to talk better to your wife. I don't even speak like that.
Let me
Let's not
enlighten
twist
you.
my words.
What's respectful and disrespectful in one relationship might not be the same in another.
I'll agree to that.
Okay, well then maybe you should have had that type of sentiment before you made your statement.
Well, it was a
Maybe
general
you
perspective.
should
It
not
wasn't
twist.
specifically
Maybe
about
you
your
should understand that everybody
Got it.
has perspectives, and it's okay to share my perspective. Just like maybe you shouldn't, knowing that you have a wife, and I don't know if you have kids, but maybe you shouldn't use the word whore freely around a panel full of women because of options.
Ooh.
Maybe you should have respect for women
What's that
also
got to do with my
that are
kids?
here. No, but the thing, because if you have a daughter, you wouldn't want your daughter on a panel where people are trying to twist her words and make her look bad, so that way you can prove a point to be right. When we're all just sharing
Who did it?
perspectives and
So
our arguments.
you're assuming I twisted words?
I'm assuming that you pick and choose what people say and you like to throw it in their face because you don't fully understand or even try to understand where they're coming from because you're stuck in your own head about what you know because you're older and
I
you're
thought
married.
that's what you just did with the disrespect and the respect thing.
No, I just think he's intent on misunderstanding people.
No, I totally understand. And when I
I don't
use the
think
term, I
so
use it
because you
accurately.
like to twist, you like to sit there and pick and choose what people say, and then you use it against them. And not in any time when I sit here and you guys say things, do I use against you? We're all just sharing our perspectives. You may not agree with what I say, and that's fine. That's okay. And I may not agree with you say, that's fine. That's okay. But at least at the end of the day, if something doesn't seem clear to you, then we can just go ahead and clarify it. Because at the end of the day, I may not be experienced in being married, and I'll admit that. I may have a lot to learn, I'll admit that. But if I'm wrong about something or I don't know something, as a man, why don't you lead me to in a better way that'll make me feel more comfortable to open up, so I can open up better or understand how to do that if I'm doing something.
I thought I did that with the correction on the correlation.
That
I gave,
wasn't
like,
really correction to me. To me, it kind of felt like you were just attacking
So it doesn't
me
matter.
because you
Damn
like
if I
what
do
I
it, damn
said.
if I don't. If I try to
No,
correct
it
you, it's not
does matter.
correction.
But how you talk to someone matters. How you make them.
Damn well you would not talk to your wife like that. That's disrespectful. And that's disrespectful to talk to her as a lady. We sat here just yesterday talking about how a man should talk to a woman or how women should have men talk to them to treat them more like a lady. But we're over here calling these women whores and you need to come home at a certain time or else I'm going to, like, what? Like, she's going to come home. She's going to come home.
Now, did she tell him that it has to do directly with his relationship? She said you wouldn't tell your wife that, but she doesn't know the dynamics of your relationship. You said what she said. She stated her opinion. She
That was
never told you what you're saying. Oh, you could never say that to your wife. You're wrong for saying that to your
exactly.
wife.
Well, your statement
She
was, I
said
said that he
about
can never.
women. She said
Exactly.
about women. She said you wouldn't talk to your wife like that. She didn't say you can't talk to your
We
wife like
heard
that.
we
Sorry.
heard the playback.
You know damn well you would not talk to your wife like that. That's disrespectful. And that's disrespectful to talk to her as a lady. We sat here just yesterday talking about how a man should talk to a woman or how women should have men talk to them to.
You know damn well you wouldn't talk to your lady like
Yeah,
that.
you wouldn't talk to her like that. That's
Your wife like that.
disrespectful. But
You're
did I say don't?
chastising him. You're
This is the
chastising
thing.
him
Your
for how he-
statement was you said that I said you don't talk to your wife like that. That's not how I said you won't talk to her like that. That's disrespectful. Why would you talk to her like that?
Guess
He
what,
then
Callie?
stated, yes,
Guess what,
I would.
Callie? I agree with what you're saying. And in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to apologize to him because I should not have spoken to him in that manner. I'm going to do better.
Shan sent me this clip. I just want to get y'all. I just want to get y'all reaction right quick on it. Shan sent me this clip.
It's 2 parts though, right? The 2 one with the 2 parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Here it is.
Oh, God showed me her. I was still walking according to my preference. I liked light-skinned, long hair, petite models, all that crazy nonsense. I like what I like.
Although it's called Dear Future Wifey, it is a humiliation ritual for Christian women. Men jump on here boldly and with their whole chest talk about how they settled for their wives. What he has never featured on his podcast is a woman giving an hour-long interview about the many ways she dogged her husband out, but how God came in, changed her heart, and they have a beautiful love story. It's struggle love with Bible verses attached to it. It glorifies being a wife over dignity, self-respect. It makes it seem like if you could pray hard enough, you'll get you a man. Even a man who didn't initially want you. Men have always tried to get women to settle. Now you're trying to say God wants us to settle too? Not the same God that said he would give us the desires of our heart. Most of us desire a man who's initially attracted to us, who wants us initially, who doesn't have to be prayed into loving us. You never tell men to endure mistreatment by a woman who didn't want them. You never tell them to pray and pray that God will change their heart and their mind. You never do that to men, but you always do it to women.
We know that the men on this panel, the men on this panel, I know I've seen Bruiser's wife, so I'm sure she's a woman he desires, as well as he can marry the person he desires. So I've never seen everybody else's wife, but and I would assume that you guys married I think I heard Trev talk about his wife, and he said that he was attracted to his wife. He desired his wife, if I'm not mistaken. So I know it's not you guys, but y'all know it's men out there that don't desire their wives.
Well, yeah. I would assume that initially they did. There could have been some things that happened, or they let themselves go. Maybe they talk to them recklessly, or maybe they just do things differently. But initially, I couldn't see a person actually marrying a person and saying I do for like ever and not being attracted to them. Like that would be so crazy.
The only way I would ever see a situation like that is if the dude did it out of straight up obligation. He got her pregnant and he basically shotgun wedding himself. Like I don't see a dude that just humbug marry a woman that he's not attracted to. Man, I'm usually my type is red bones with fat asses, but I married a white chick with no ass at all. I really don't like the way she look. I just decided to marry her anyway. That ain't what men do.
Do you think that that's a new? So this is important too, because I do notice that the people who are on Dear Future Wifey are older couples who've been together for an extended amount of time. So they didn't have social media love where you had all these options. You were able to people travel more. You really pretty much dated the people who were in your vicinity, right? So do you think that has a lot to do with that? You think that men have different dating options? Are they approaching love quite differently than they did in the past, basically?
Well, I think
the approach is different. If I'm not mistaken, that dude was an athlete, right, Shane? Before wasn't he an athlete?
Who, the guy on the panel?
Yeah.
I didn't see the whole thing. I just saw that clip.
I saw a little bit of that story. If I'm not mistaken, he was like an athlete. So from what I gather, he had those options, right? He had the opportunity to have those red bones, and I would compare it similar to how females are attracted to the bad boy and stuff initially, but as you grow, it could have been in his case getting closer to God that would have changed his perspective and let him understand that there are more things important than vanity, right? So we could look at it as negative, but in all honesty, I don't think that's what happened. I think he realized that there were things that he found more important that would be wife qualities versus because looks are going to fade anyway. So you kind of have to want to live with the person. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he began to realize that over time that he really has grown to love that person.
You know what it is then, Trev? Then actually, okay, you're absolutely right. That actually does happen. I'm kind of wrong on that. Men he may have genuinely been just stating that what he once was attracted to was always a problem. It always tend to lead to problems. So then when he found a woman that she exuded more qualities than just her looks, he didn't mean that in the way of like saying that he's absolutely unattracted to his woman. But I will say this though. God damn it, man. Why the hell do we talk about shits like this type of shit all the time where like you just can't go out there and embarrass your wife like that, bro? That's embarrassing. You don't say that shit out loud, bro. Like, even if that is the truth, like, why would you go out there and tell the world, man, I wasn't really attracted to my wife. I'm used to red bones for fat asses, and my wife don't look nothing like that. Like, you ain't supposed to do that, man.
But to be fair, I watched that show, and the wives have been on there saying the same thing, that I initially wasn't attracted to my husband. I wouldn't even give him the time of day at first, but he kept pursuing me, and then I eventually ended up, liking him. So that has been said too. It's not, just the men.
And that's on that show.
I think it's different though, mistaken. I think it's different. And let me tell you why it's different. It's because women, we don't necessarily, the desire is not what motivates women, right? I think that's more of a manly thing because there's a lot of women who with men that they're not necessarily attracted, but they love them. You know what I'm saying? We don't go after the same things men go after. Does that make sense?
But no, not based on what she was saying. She was saying, why is it all the time that men are on these shows talking about how that's not normally the type of man woman I would marry. Mm-hmm. But I ended up marrying her. What I'm saying is, to be fair, women do the same.
Do that. Actually, they do it a lot on TikTok.
So they down their husbands. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
It's basically, y'all remember when we was talking about the whole Travis Hunter thing? And how she was in front of the camera talking about something. Initially, I wouldn't even give him the time. He was in my DMs.
Oh yeah, she was trash.
Like, sometimes, man, like let this be a lesson to y'all. This is that whole when keeping it real goes wrong. Some shit you don't have to tell nobody.
Nobody has to know.
Nobody has to know about that, especially if you marry this person and you with them. There was a story that I heard where the wife, it was a TikTok story, and the husband and the wife was in a room. And the husband was giving one of his guy friends advice on marriage or whatnot. And the wife was like, don't take no advice from him. He don't know what he's talking about. He said, well, I was able to pull you. And then, like, tongue in cheek, she was like, yeah, but at that time I was desperate and I really needed somebody to yada, yada, yada. And 3 weeks went by where he wouldn't say anything to her. He didn't even say anything. And she was trying to appeal to him and make his favorite meals and was trying to fuck him on a regular and all this other shit. He wasn't going. And eventually came to it, was like, we need to talk. I can't be with you. Like, some shit you just don't need to fucking say, man and women alike. Don't get on the internet telling us how you weren't initially attracted to your husband or that you weren't initially attracted to your wife, or they wasn't the usual type that you go for. We don't fucking give a damn. Nobody cares about that shit. And if you do have that advice, like, you can say it in a way that says, look, looks isn't always the thing you should look after when you're looking for a partner. You can say that without telling the world that your partner, what you wasn't attracted to your partner or your wife or your husband. You don't have to say that shit. Sometimes y'all just need to shut the fuck up.
Do you think that that's why men cheat sometimes?
No.
What the hell?
So
What are you talking about?
Okay, so let me finish. Right, I know that's just like that. Do you think that not all men, because we know all men don't cheat, because black men don't cheat.
What
but
are
we're
you
talking about
talking about?
listen, we're talking about them other men who be cheating. Do you think that it's because they desire, like that the chick they desire is that side chick? You understand what I'm saying? And maybe she can't give you the wifely things, but that don't take away from the desire. I'm asking. I don't know, because I'm not a man.
No, it's a lack of intimacy. He doesn't get what he desires from the woman he with. So typically, it leads to cheating.
Okay.
There could be a multitude of reasons. There could be a multitude of reasons. There's so many different reasons.
Some motherfuckers cheat because they can. Some of
them. Some people just like that, man. Some people just crave variety, right? Some people just beast out here, man. Like it's a million reasons for the people who do that. And contrary to popular belief, it's less than half of people who are reportedly doing that, right? It's not. And we're not talking about black.
There's research behind why a likelihood of it's the reason why it's happening. There's some research behind it. And if you're talking about relationships and marriage like that, it's largely because of lack of intimacy. But that doesn't take away from the fact that there's a multitude of reasons. But if you had the rank the reasons, that would be probably in the top 2, top 3.
I would say if you think about some of the reasons why
Dr. Miles Monroe, and he was actually speaking on this, and it's not about like what you said, the reasons. It's about a lack of integrity on the person who cheated part. So whatever reason you
I've heard many cases where y'all push back on me.
Whatever reason you give about why you did what you did, it's about a lack of integrity, that the person lacks integrity. Because
look at the research.
You could have just as easily. Now I know what you're talking about because I read the research too. But I was talking about in terms of it all boils down to that very reason, because that's not taking accountability either. So you could cheat. Oh, I didn't get attention, or he wasn't treating me like this, or she didn't do these things. She didn't make me feel like a man. Whatever the reasons are, and I'm not saying they aren't valid, because your feelings are your feelings, right? But at the end of the day, regardless of what they did, the accountability falls on you once you cheat. And that is the lack of integrity.
No, but it's a lack of integrity on both. It's not just one-sided.
No, if we're talking about cheating, and I'm not saying that whatever the other person did to make you feel bad isn't warranted for discussion, and that they weren't wrong. What I'm saying is once the other person steps out of that, it is a lack of integrity on their part. You could deal with the issue if your wife wasn't cooking dinner or wasn't giving you sex as much as you want or what have you. That's a whole separate conversation.
Well, I'm telling you, according to what the perspective I was given, there was communication. And oftentimes, according to this research, the men have communicated their needs and stated that, hey, look, if I'm not getting it here, I don't see why I should be faithful, and I feel like I should be able to go out and get it somewhere else. It was stated many, many times before that happened. So the integrity thing is out of the window on that. This guy said, look, you don't even know pussy. I'm gonna get it from somewhere else. I'm not. It's not a threat or anything. That's just what's gonna happen. And I've even heard on this panels right here, I think some of y'all were present. We were talking about withholding sex and how women were saying they have a right to and all this other stuff, and that if just because they don't feel like it, they should be able to not do it when they're supposed to be submissive and in a marriage, and you're supposed to submit your body to your husband, so to speak. Right. And we have women on this very panel saying that, oh, I don't have to do it because I just don't want to do it.
Well, I wasn't that woman. I ain't never said that.
Like Carmen just said, she hit the nail on the head. I wasn't going to say it like this, but I like the way she said it better. Integrity is not warning of betrayal. You're absolutely, just because you tell a woman you're going to cheat, does not make it that you're showing integrity.
Oh, he just
They're
responding
not
to
doing it.
betrayal.
The integrity would
You
be,
got to
I'm no
understand it.
longer happy in this marriage.
It's called
You're not living up
reciprocation.
to your obligations. I would like to
It's
divorce.
reciprocation at that point. If you're gonna cheat me out of something that I deserve or something that I'm entitled to, then I'm gonna cheat you out of something that you're entitled to. It's a reciprocation.
No,
Yeah, you
get
could
a
just leave.
divorce. That's my point. My point is
Betrayal can only be
integrity.
committed by the initiator. Once you've already done that, it's no longer betrayal. Now let's get back.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
So once you start betraying me, you know already persuaded me or convinced me or compelled me to marry you and sold me that, hey, look,
well.
this this is what I'm going to be able to lay with for the rest of my life. I'm going to have access to your body for the rest of my life. Then you pull that away. That is where the betrayal began.
And I will argue that threatening to leave or saying you will leave or choosing to leave is also lack of integrity.
No,
Because
it's not. It's not.
It is because if you look at it
You
this
said
way,
to death do a part, riches to
yeah,
part.
that's a
Right.
commitment. So
And
if you
don't
say,
like that.
so if you say,
so when the worst
and
happened, when she
integrity says,
having
and
sex with
integrity,
him, then that was the worst. Well, that
Motherfucker,
doesn't
no, but
check
hold on,
it.
wait. But integrity
Close that
says,
out.
but integrity is also in the face of adversity, and you still stick to your guns. You still stick to your moral compass of what you committed to. That will be.
Correct.
But
But she committed
And
to
I never said I was going to
the
leave. I just said I
so
was
if
going to
you
get some cash
if you
somewhere else.
leave, it might as well be seen as the same thing as cheating on, because both
I'm
of
still
them
going to come
have
home.
the same weight of lack of integrity.
But y'all know at the end of the day, y'all are trying to twist it and go to the extreme. So
No,
if
no,
you
we're
want to
not.
go, hold on. If you want to go there and you're talking about, oh, you made a commitment for better or worse, her not giving him sex might be the worst. He still has an obligation to be committed to the relationship and show
Yeah.
integrity. However, if he chooses to cheat, he's not showing integrity. So if you're going to make the decision not to show integrity, then leave the marriage anyway. Why stay married?
But at that point, wait. At that point, if we're going to say that both of them are a lack of integrity, you don't get to pick and choose which lack of integrity you get. You're just trying to choose the one that hurts you the least by saying, why don't you just leave me instead of cheat on me? You don't get to pick how.
Because showing integrity is just because if one person does something wrong, that you don't turn around and do the wrong thing too.
Right? No,
you
that's
what that is. And
right,
what I'm saying is, if he or she steps out because
Okay.
No. Hold on, wait, Bruce.
vice versa.
I
Y'all
agree.
know what integrity
No. I agree.
Arguing about that.
No, I agree. But I'm looking at both of them the same way. To leave is the same as to cheat. Both of them have the same lack of integrity in it. If she's not doing something that you like and you say, I'm gonna leave, that's still a lack of integrity because you're still violating your vows. Whether you know what I mean. So if he decides to cheat or whether he decides to leave, both of them have the same lack of integrity by the definition of it. I'm just saying, as when women say, sometimes when it's ain't even just women, but people will say, well, why don't you decide to leave rather than cheat? You don't get to tell somebody how they have to react to the things that you do wrong to them. Now they gonna make the decision they gonna make, but don't say, oh well, I would have much rather you left me than to cheat. No, you're just trying to pick the one that hurts you the least. It's still about you. You're trying to be selfish in how somebody responds to the things that you've done wrong to them, rather than accepting the fact that, okay, they did cheat on me and I got to walk away. Now I have to make a decision on my own. But you can't tell them, oh, well, you lack integrity if you cheat on me, but you don't lack integrity if you leave me. No, you don't get to pick and choose that. Both of them are a lack of integrity. They get to choose whichever one they want to react to you on. You ain't giving them no ass. He can choose to leave you or cheat on you.
And I'm telling you, I've been in consultations with men who've been married and they had no sex with their wife for 5, 15, 10 years. No sex. And if you ain't gonna do that, I'm telling you, these men won't leave their wife. But if you're a type of woman that's moving like that, if you don't want to give your man no coochie, you need to go out and go get some coochie and bring it back to him. Or let him go get his coochie somewhere else.
Point. I guess that's what y'all are missing. If a person is that unhappy, you said 10, 15 years they haven't, been with their wife or whatever. At that point, why call her a wife? Because you no longer have a unless there's some medical condition. then
No,
you don't
don't desire to have sex with him.
So then my thing is going out and bring him something back home or whatever. My thing is just leave so you can get whatever it is you want to get.
Why does he have to?
Huh?
Why does he have to?
I guess I'm asking, what's the point in staying?
Because you're married.
No. I'm gonna keep it. No, Bruce. Let's keep it all the way.
In the cases I was speaking about, the reason why these men stand is because they would get destroyed in the court. And these women are typically saying, go ahead and divorce and see what happens. It's almost like they're pushing them into a corner. And I'm telling you from the experiences that are being shared with me, it's like a trapping mechanism. So it's easy for you to say, why don't you just leave? It just don't work like that for these men.
Oh, I wouldn't even argue from that perspective, but he's absolutely
why not? Because at the end of the day, if she finds out that he's cheating, he's going to end up in divorce anyway.
But she don't find out.
But all right, so kind of to explain that to you, mistaken. All right, here's the easy way to explain it. What Bruiser is talking about is a situation where men are pushed into, like, we're talking about the man that's being denied, right? And he's pushed into a corner where he knows losing her will cost him everything. So, and she knows that. So even though she knows, she's weaponizing it. I don't have to do any of this for you, and I dare you to leave me, right?
Bingo.
So what he's saying is, what Bruce is saying is, this is where a man would do it, because he ain't talking about a man that'll tell her, I'm about to bring somebody home then, because she's just gonna cheat, she's just gonna leave him anyway. He wouldn't tell her that. He would go behind her back and get his needs met somewhere else in hopes that she doesn't find out, because she's already threatened him and said, I dare you to leave me. That means she already knows that leaving her is not an option. That's not on the table, because she knows that he will lose everything in that particular situation. So that's why a lot of men aren't honest about their cheating. Now, the dude that's honest, he don't give a damn whether you leave him or not.
He ain't got nothing to lose.
He ain't got shit to lose with you. He gonna say, I'm gonna bring another woman home, so either you get with her or get gone. We're not talking about the type of man that Bruiser are talking about is the type of man where women know that he ain't got no choice. He's stuck there. He ain't
got no damn choice.
And that's for a lot of men. That is a very scary situation to be in. To be handcuffed to a woman who knows that she don't have to do shit for you and know you can't do shit about it.
That don't sound like leadership to me.
Well, the thing is, to be honest with you, I'm gonna be real with you, mistaken. Most men don't have leadership when it comes to their women. And what I mean by that is the type of leadership where he has control over whether it goes on. She has a choice to give that to him, but there used to be a time where the government backed male leadership, where it wasn't just, it was a consequence, not only by way of him, but by way of the system that put that leadership in position, put that leadership in place. Now it's the opposite. Yes, women can give a man the right to lead her, but she has the right to take it away just as quickly, and she's backed by the government to do so. So no, men technically don't have any real leadership over women, because they have the choice to give it to you or take it away at any given chance that they want.
It was a second part to that video, short video.
When men admit to women what women have always known, there's that video going around of a man saying the hardest decision of a man's life is choosing between the 6 out of 10 who loves you and the 9 out of 10 you actually desire. I mean, women who are older know this, and we try to tell younger women this, and a lot of times younger women don't want to hear this. So don't listen to the bitter old cat ladies. Listen to the men who are telling you unapologetically they're going to marry the 6 out of 10. And they say it's a hard decision because they don't really want to marry the 6 out of 10. They desire and they want to marry the 9 out of 10, but they're going to settle for the 6 out of 10 because she loves him and she's going to turn herself inside out. He doesn't have to work as hard. He's got her. It's in the bag. You know, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. But here's the thing. he's always going to look at her as a 6 out of 10, and the one that he settled for that he didn't really want to marry, the one that he had doubts about when he got married to her. And it's not going to take real long before he starts looking for a 9 out of 10. While he keeps his 6 out of 10 at home, loving him and doing everything for him and making his life easy. Because, I mean, look, why not? He's got this in the bag, you know. Bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and he's going to keep the bird in the hand.
Most men don't even have access to women who are 9 out of 10. What is she talking about? What is she even talking about?
I mean, I think that relationships is a perception, right? Just because let's just take the numbers out of it, right? It's just the person you desire, right? Even if you're in a relationship, you got that one relationship that didn't work out, but you love that girl, but for whatever reason she left you, she screwed you, right? So you married somebody else. That doesn't mean your love for that person, your desire for that person goes away. Let's just say she comes back around. You feel me? Things like that happen all the time. I've seen it.
You said all the time?
Yeah, I've seen people. I've seen on reels people say they didn't marry the love of their life.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen that
reels ain't
before.
real life. That's not in real life. Average people marry average people. That's
No,
really
so and it's not about average people. What I'm saying is who has your heart, right? Sometimes you can't marry the person who had your heart for whatever reason. Does that make sense?
But does that mean you
Not
settled?
you, Bruiser. I'm just saying, step outside yourself. We know that you guys married the love of your life. But let's just say this. Was there a woman who you knew was deeply in love with you, but she didn't get a chance to marry you, right? So let's step out of you and let's take it from her standpoint. Let's just assume she's still in love with you because you're just that guy, right? But she ended up marrying somebody else. It's possible that she couldn't marry you. She desired you, but you wouldn't marry her. You understand?
Yeah, I've had cases right there. I took a couple girls to Pound Town, and they, even till this day, they probably, I mean, from what I've heard, from word of mouth, from the bird's nest.
You see how easy it was for the men to understand it from the other point of view, but not what?
You know why? Because men typically don't behave like
imprints,
and I think that these women are projecting. And that's the problem I'm having.
Because I mean, yes, have a woman ever slipped through a man's fingers and like she went on or like he lost her? Yeah. But he ain't about to go out there and be like, yep, but I'm about to go ahead and get with this good old 5 as the rebound. Like, no. Like you ain't marrying her. You ain't gonna marry her.
So how about this right here? How about let's just say they're not as good looking as you, right? And let's just say, you know, he marries a person who is equal. But let's just say he's watching porn, looking at these women who he finds to be way more desirable, right? If he had an opportunity, he would get at them. He just doesn't have that opportunity.
What?
No, that's wrong.
So you're saying it's me and a girl who was out of his league tried to step to him?
No, you always get with the woman that's better looking than us.
Huh?
Oh, I was about to say, I thought you were saying something else, Bruce. I was gonna say that basically that's the man is only as faithful as his options argument.
Yeah.
But at that point, but we know that
most men aren't even capable of that. If you hyper successful or a genetic celebrity,
and the thing is,
that's because then you're right. They can't, right? But let's just assume that you can. Let's just say you win money, right? You have an opportunity where you leveled up, and you do have that option available to you now. So let's take it from that standpoint.
Then I would agree that some people would exercise that option, right? We can't deny that, but I think it's a human thing. I don't think it's just a man thing per se. But yes,
sure.
Some men would do that. But the fact is, most men will never be presented with that opportunity.
And you know what though?
But it's only because of the lack of opportunity that they're not doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Because if the opportunity were there, they would. That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah,
Shan,
but
that's
most people listen. So if most
is.
people had the opportunity to rob a bank and get away with it, they would. But the fact is that most people don't. Right? If the safe was just open, right, and there was nothing that, and you knew you could absolutely get away with it, and nobody was going to catch you at all for any reason, most people would do that. But that's not generally how people operate on a day-to-day basis. just
Yeah,
because they have some wild opportunity, like because it doesn't happen.
yeah. I was gonna say, Shane, like that. I think that might be the great equalizer for men. Like, there's a reason. Like, maybe God put it in place that men were unattractive to most women to the point where we don't have them kind of options to equalize us with women who do have a lot of options.
Oh, I agree.
Because it's that great equalizer that keeps us in check. That's why most men don't cheat, because you ain't got the opportunity to. One shit, like, man ain't about to try to put forth that much goddamn effort into it. Like, you know how much effort it would have to be for the average man to go out there and cheat on his woman. You got most dudes
Sweeney.
just like for example, like that one day when Marcus was up here, he talked about how the chick. Hold on, I ain't gonna talk about that, man. He ain't even up. Oh, yes, he is. Marcus. I didn't even know he was up there. I want to make sure. I don't know if he told this story publicly or not, so I'll leave it alone. But like, most people ain't got the opportunity where a chick just throws herself at you. You got to put forth the average guy got to put forth way too much effort to the point where he will get caught.
So, Sweeney, it's not an act of God, and I'll tell you why. Because God wouldn't make it so lopsided that the people who have the opportunities do enough damage to traumatize damn near all the women. Because that's what we see. Even though it's only a few guys that have that opportunity, they get their numbers up crazy, 200, 300. This is what's happening. The few people who have that opportunity are smashing everybody, and it's traumatizing most of the women. That's why most women are have those experiences and lack of trust, is because they ran into one of those, heathens, as Darwin would say, and they rocked their world and got them messed up for life. They can't ever look at men the same. They can't trust anybody. They got to be skeptical, cynical about everything because of the damage that the loud minority has done. These few people.
I would say that I think that was his grand design. I think we might have screwed the pooch on it, but I think that might have been his grand design to keep us in check. And then, of course, we.
So you think he made a mistake somewhere along the line? Or
no, I think we got a little too advanced for our britches.
Trev, I got a correction to make.
It's the only thing that happened was order.
Trev, real fast. I just want to correct a statement. It's not a minority. I've seen the men that these women allowed to break their hearts, and they ain't all that. They not the people that y'all saying that they are. These are some dudes you could be like, what? Huh?
So in your opinion, what percent of people do you think actually cheat?
You talking about men and women?
Yeah.
Nowadays, a lot on both sides.
Like what?
Man,
give us a number.
What? Give us a number.
I think that so cheating when it comes to marriage, is that what we're talking about?
No, cheating in general. Come on, let's keep it simple.
That ain't simple. Most people don't even say they're in relationships. What a situation.
Hey, let's talk about people who are in relationships. Come on now, Shane. People who are in
relationship these days. All I can do is go about.
Obviously, we couldn't consider that cheating if they're not in relationships. So only way you could cheat is if you're in a relationship. You reference cheating. So what percentage of people do you think cheat in relationships?
Okay, so I'm gonna go by marriage. And I'm going to say,
no, she's right. It makes sense because that's actually
I'm with it.
A lot of information about marriage is documented.
Right. So I'm gonna say when I look at marriage these days, I think that probably 75
it's definitely not that. Ain't no way.
You don't think so?
No,
Kelly,
I could tell you what's been reported. It's been reported to be
I had to
about.
look that up, but go ahead.
You all right, Kelly?
It's in the 30s, right? It's in the 30s. If you're looking at
That's
it,
good.
no, just look. It's about the 30. It's in the 30s. That's what's reported. Last I checked, it's probably subject to change, right?
You can't get under my skin.
It's about
nothing you says applies to me.
In the 30s. So
okay, gotcha.
Most men aren't doing that, right? And when I said the dudes who are running the numbers up, these average guys that you were talking about that were breaking hearts, they're not into those 200s and 300s that I just spoke of. Ain't no way. That ain't how it go down. They're not doing that.
What you said, the 200 or 300s? What was that? Can you?
I said that there are the dudes, this top percent of dudes who all women are attracted to, or 80% of women at least are attracted to, are doing enough damage to traumatize all the women. But
So that's what I want you to say. People keep saying that, but it's the ugly dudes that you gave a chance to that
They
also
are not running it up. The
they're
ugly
not running.
dudes
No,
is not
I'm
running
not
it up.
saying no.
Because that's what I was talking about.
No. They're not running it up, but they do damage as well. We have this thing where if you're ugly, you can't possibly break a person's heart. Lies.
No,
they all don't.
We're not saying that, but
they all
we're not
don't.
saying that.
but the likelihood,
break your
heart. But the likelihood,
my only point was that. So let's just say those guys didn't exist. Those guys in the top 10, let's say the top 10 to 20%. If they didn't exist, most women would not be traumatized like they are right now. But they are allowed to run the numbers up. That's just what it is. And they're doing a lot of damage. That's all I'm saying. Way more.
Even like
more.
the ugly dude, like the dude who may have won off and been able to break, he may be able to break one woman's heart. Like out of the 20 women, out of the 5 women that he's been with, he may have broke one of their hearts. 3 of them broke up with him. One of them wasn't really all that into him. And then one he finally decided to marry. You know what I mean? But the dude, like the ones that traumatize women, by and large, that's not most men. Most men don't even have the ability, like, to even be able to traumatize you like that because he don't have the options to traumatize you in that way.
Right.
Like he not about to be able to. He not bending over. He not about to be able. Like, come on now. Like, you know how many women are confident that they men can't get women. Like that boy ain't going there. You can't get nobody. Like,
let's go ahead and get True in there. Go ahead, True. What you got?
Oh, nothing, man. This is a good conversation. How y'all doing tonight?
What's up,
happening?
Yeah, nothing much. I've been active in the chat, you know, and girl Kim, she got energy tonight. We were going back and forth about anything and everything. But yeah, I don't know why this cheating thing continues to be a conversation. I would like to live in a world where we could bet on human behavior, but the reality is, I think Trev said it, if I'm not mistaken, that if you give people the opportunity to expose themselves to an opportunity, whether it's a bank vault or anything else, they more than likely don't tamper with it. And that's just what it is. I was saying to Kim in the chat, these men may not overtly go out and sleep with women, but best believe if they at a massage parlor and that lady's like, you want a happy ending,
right?
His penis is coming out. Like, and I don't know why we act like it doesn't happen. Like, you talking about 10, 15, 20 years, he ain't never gonna like touch another. I don't believe that. I just
keep my dick in my pants, man. That ain't me.
It ain't Sweetie though.
Shout out to Sweetie, but
Sweetie don't swing, honey.
I do not. I ain't fucking with it, bro.
In most cases, the reason why these men don't cheat is because one, they just want to deal with the pain that it's gonna cause to the relationship. They don't want to hurt the woman. That's what I would argue that if most men could get away without hurting or harming the relationship or the foundation of the relationship or breaking a woman's heart, if they can get away with that, then they might be compelled to want to indulge in having sex with other women. I would say there may have been a time in history, it may be many years ago that where men went outside of the relationships and it wasn't really nothing to it. It wasn't a problem. And it could be thousands of years ago from what I'm talking about. But for the most part, once we created a society where there was decorum, structure, and all this other stuff, and that's when it became more like a thought in a man's mind, like, damn, like I would be wrong if I went and did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's more like, let's just try to keep it together. And be civilized.
I think that's still. I think it speaks to the fact, and us as men know this. Even if you're good with women, there's still some effort applied. Like, women think being a man is like being a woman when it comes to sexual access, and it's not like that at all. There's gonna be effort. It's gonna be work. So the reality is, most men by default can't cheat openly, but if the opportunity is there, if things are aligned, I don't know many men that's gonna go through the process of, I don't want to hurt her. He ain't thinking about hurting her.
What kind of effort are you talking about?
Thank you for coming on here with your honesty.
What effort is you talking about?
I don't know what True talking about. I'm not doing.
You better not know because your wives is watching. Your
I'm not
wives is
doing it. I don't know
The
what
truth.
he
Are you talking about effort, like setting up a date or going to go buy some cheeks or something like that?
Nah, what I'm saying is that even the men that I would assume on this panel are good with women, you weren't just existing in the earth without applying effort to some degree. Women flock to you, yes, but even with that, there still has to be a certain exchange because it's just not the same. The condition, like I know most men, a woman's grandma could die on Friday, and Friday night he'd be like, yeah, so you want to kick it? Like, let's do something. We don't have that same emotional empathy when it comes to sex as women do. So it requires effort, is what I'm saying. It always will require effort. Don't fall in your lap.
Even if a female is like ready, right? She ready to go. You could easily give her ick. You could activate an ick immediately. You could drop the ball. You could talk your way out of kitty at a moment's notice. It could just happen, anything like that, and it's gone. Your opportunity is blown right off of just in a second.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He's just saying you gotta have game, like you talk about all the time, Trev.
Yeah.
So I was going to.
I worked in some. Well, okay, well, I get it. I understand and I agree. Yeah, I think in the cases I might be referring to, I mean, I've worked in some spaces where, I mean, if you just like somebody and they liked you and they just gave you the signal, shit, and next thing you know, y'all wound up in the janitor's closet or some shit for like 10 minutes.
Not in the custodial closet.
That's what calling it a
10
custodial
minutes.
closet.
God damn, 10 minutes?
But then we gotta also remember.
You just say that's a long time. You just say that's a long time, Trey.
Yo,
He said he trying to get in and out 3 minutes.
What's wrong with 10 minutes, Trey?
No, it's
He's
up
trying to
10
get in
minutes.
and out 3 minutes flat.
If y'all gonna give out a number, damn, especially a fictional one, don't give out 10 minutes, man. Come on, what we doing? I heard Shannon Sharp talking about 10 minutes, and he advertising Sparks at the same time. I'm like, damn, what are y'all doing? 10 minutes? Is that the magic number or some shit? Like 10 minutes? That's what we
But
doing?
even if a man
10
could get
minutes is a
away
good
with
time. Shit.
Shoot, I believe so
That's
too, Queenie.
warm up. That's a warm up.
Man, you doing too much, man.
Doing too much.
This nigga trying to
10
come down off
minutes?
the goddamn dresser and shit. He trying to put on a goddamn porn scene and whatnot, man. You got the kids crying in the background and shit. All you got is 10 solid minutes. Kids knocking on the door and shit. Baby crying. Gotta be at work. Man, you talking about, man, you better.
Oh, you just took all that. You took all the pleasure out of that conversation.
You better get shit done. Shit, y'all be taking too goddamn.
What's going on, Joey G? What you got on it?
I was gonna say I wanted to speak to the introverted men. I think they are less likely to cheat out of all the different, types of men out there. And like I see, but
the bullshit happening, boy. You choke your ass up.
So here's the thing. Now, I know there are some that still go outside, but you have the ones that have social anxiety, right? You have the ones that always stay in and they just feel safe with their one person. Those are the ones I'm talking about that's very unlikely to cheat. But at the same time, they're also going to be the ones that end up not having a relationship because they haven't been outside and they have that social anxiety. So they have a hard time talking to women and stuff like that too.
You talking about the incels?
Now, I would like to agree with you, but that couldn't be.
That is so derogatory.
Yeah, that couldn't be further from the truth. Let me tell you what I think happened.
Was she referring to like the incels? Is she talking about like a certain group of that group, like a subgroup of that group?
Yeah.
No, the only time I see men who are not, I guess, in a position to care about potentially cheating is if he's had enough access to women to where he's just exhausted. Like, it comes a point where, you don't have access. It's not really that different. So then, you value
desensitized.
Huh?
You saying he become desensitized because of?
Yeah. You value now. You want something deeper. Like, yeah, when sex becomes easy, it's like, all right, but most men don't have that ability. So the fresh ride is it's enticing. You know, you're talking about a subset of men who have that ability, whether you were military or you were famous or status. I mean, yeah, it's different, but most men don't live that way. So
I had to turn myself off, man. It wasn't never desensitizing. It was more like variety was the norm. You know what I'm saying? Novelty was the way, the way. And then whenever I had gotten to a committed relationship, it was a struggle to try to turn that shit off. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, but
So,
but you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, it wasn't a matter of desensitizing. Like, shit, I don't think I ever can be desensitized. It's just women are beautiful, bro. Like,
I hear you. But the shift in your appetite was of something deeper than just variety. So it may not be desensitized. That may be the incorrect term. But now you value something deeper, something more.
I think what made me really turn it off, besides the principles that I adopted and started to practice, it was more imagining how, my significant other would take it if she would find it out. The pain that it would cause to her. I kind of imagine me feeling the pain of like, damn, man, that's my baby. I can't do that to my boo. You know what I'm saying? I've witnessed cases where my wife would cry for other things, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily me offending her. And then I would just pair that up and like, damn, what if she boohooed or broke down and crashed out like that because of what I did? And I was like, I don't want that for her. You know what I'm saying? So I pride myself in not ever making her feel like that. And I think that's a love mechanism in that decision making. You know what I'm saying?
That's respect. Respect.
So like if I didn't, I could just, if I didn't give a fuck about a woman's feelings, and I've been in situations where I ain't care about the feelings. I'm off. What do you call it, Trev? A beast. I was a beast. I was like, oh, I don't care. Man, that's the worst thing you can be with a man who don't give a shit about your feelings. I would say the likelihood of him cheating is probably 99.99%. If a man don't give a fuck about how you feel, Lord help you.
Yeah, it's over at that point.
Perfect.
Run.
That motherfucker will help you. He won't even care. He wouldn't even care to clean himself off when he come on. He'd probably be leaving. He'll just have you washing his clothes and knows his lipstick's on his underwear and shit. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
I've heard way worse than that, man.
What?
Way worse than dude. Yeah.
Would you say that person doesn't even
say it on YouTube?
Would you even say that person even like if that same person would care if that person left? Like let's say someone cheated on their significant other and their significant friend out. Would they care if they left afterwards since they don't care?
I think they would still care if they left.
Okay, because the reason I asked that was because a lot of times, from experience, a man will cheat and then he'll project that guilt onto the woman that did nothing to him. Like they'll cheat thinking they got away with it. She might not even know. She won't have no clue. And he'll be like, I got away with it. But then the whole time, now he's thinking about, is she going to do that to me? Because if it was so easy for me to get away with it, now I'm, oh, who are you talking to? Oh, what are you doing? This, that, and the third. Because I'm out here cheating. Now I'm going to project all of what I'm doing onto you.
I don't think that a man is really thinking. I don't think a woman would do it. I think it would be obvious for the most part. I think there are a few women that would cheat back, but I think he will probably know just off the energy that she's giving. Because when a woman check out, it's just completely different.
Yeah, but a lot of times people cheat. Guys will cheat, right? And then the girl won't do anything. Like, and he'll know she's a good woman, but whatever reason he's out here cheating, and now he's treating her and making her feel like there's something wrong with her because he can't live with the fact that he's doing someone good wrong that didn't do anything like that. Yeah, she might not be perfect, but she's not out there hoeing and cheating and doing all the stuff that he does. And I feel like that happens a lot too. And I think that if you're,
I know what you're saying.
You know what I
saying
mean?
like damn, man, I'm doing all this nasty shit behind her back. I could just imagine what she doing to me, like that.
And then they're like, now they're like, oh, where you at? Like, because I was in a relation. The reason why I say this because I was in a relationship where he ended up cheating on me. I never cheated on him. I never withheld sex from him. It wasn't anything like that. But how I started figuring out that he was cheating on me was because he was always asking me, where you at? I had to take pictures of where I was at to prove where I was at. And that's not how the relationship was in the beginning. All of a sudden,
I was like that.
Yeah, everything shifted to where now he's like, who are you texting? Who is this? Now he's becoming like paranoid, right?
Yeah.
And
I
I think
remember
that yeah, and I think that, so to say that like, oh, if guys could get away with it, they would keep doing it and they wouldn't care. That's not necessarily true because I feel like guys do feel that they get away with it or they're hiding it well, but they're really not because they're gonna have to you also have to live with the guilt that you're doing something
There's
good.
a paranoia. There's a
Yeah.
paranoia to it because whenever I was doing it, I was like, damn, man, bro. Like, and I think when what happened was it took for me to have a relationship with someone who was in a relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And she would answer the phone and be like, yeah, I'm out hanging with my girls. It's like, I remember my girl was out hanging with her girls.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, hold the fuck on, bro. I was like, I don't know what. I hope this shit ain't happening to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
I'm sitting here laying up while she on the phone with her dude. I'm like, man, what did this happen to me?
Yeah. Exactly. And I think that it comes from is like when you're no matter what the situation is, when you're doing something wrong, you're gonna feel it. Like we all might not be perfect, but when we do wrong things, we know we're doing something wrong. There's a whole type of like emotion that comes with that. And I think that, we do have to remember that just because we say, oh yeah, men can cheat and they can go out and do that, like really realistically, it's not worth it because the guilt that comes with it, everything that comes with it, just internally, you're gonna have to live with that.
I do think it does fuck with men's minds when they cheat on good women though. I definitely think it fucks with their minds. Like if you out there, you doing a good woman dirty, and she like it. I think it
got a smirk on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Now there are some men who genuinely do not give a shit, but at that point she knows that he's cheating because
man
that don't give it to him is gonna tell you.
Yeah.
He's not gonna hide it. But like ones that like the dudes that are trying to hide it and keep it behind closed doors and all of that, and he's doing it to a good woman, it affects him.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form. That don't mean he's gonna want to come out and tell her about it or be honest about it. That ain't what's gonna happen, but that don't mean that ain't gonna fuck him up nonetheless.
Yeah.
I did have a PowerPoint, but you know what?
That just hope that he gets over
his ego. Dory a woman, ain't
find out.
Yeah, Dory's a woman.
Yes, I just didn't turn on the cam today, but I was on yesterday. I'll turn it on for the next panel.
You want me to throw that in? I mean, throw the PowerPoint up.
Listen,
Oh my God! I meant PowerPoint. They all know what I'm talking about. Pause.
It's not a pause. She's a woman. It's only a pause if you said it to a man.
Well, I'm married though.
Look,
that's what I was thinking. I was like,
get your ass over in 7 minutes. My man went to the gutter. I'm gonna be honest with you. So everybody else.
Ooh la la.
Somebody said I had a flashback in the chat.
Oh man. Oh my God.
It is up to JR if he want to do it. I mean, you might want to get everybody perspective.
Yeah, we ain't doing shit. You can go ahead and do it, Bruce.
Yeah.
We ain't doing shit. Y'all got about 10, 15 more minutes out of me. Pause.
It's not pause. There's women in the panel.
Now you can do 15, Sweeney. Okay, cool.
All right, so let's go ahead and do it. You got to present it, JR. Okay, so y'all know what this game is. Choose better. You get one choice. if you don't choose the first person, that person, and you don't choose the first person, that person comes out of the market. If you don't choose by the last person, you end up with the last person by default. And if you don't like your choice, you can swap with somebody. But you can't swap until all the choices are revealed. So let's get to it. I think first what the?
God damn it, Bruce.
That's all right. What the
It
hell?
looked like you're missing a page.
Was this it? This got to be reloaded. Let me reload it. This got to be reloaded. I'm sorry.
God damn it, Bruce.
It's coming. Pause.
Is it?
That's not a pause. There's women on the panel. It's pause if he's ready to say it's a true Trev Sweeney.
You ain't came yet?
White or Lapeef.
Man, what?
I don't even know what that feels like anymore, Lapeef.
Oh no, hey, if you go back and watch like the last show, man, y'all should have seen Amira. We almost had her ass on this damn show doing prayers, bro. Y'all have to see it, man. Just like go watch the last clip that one of the clips that JR posted about what was it, like men choosing what we choose or something like that. Y'all got to look at Amira's face. That shit was funny as hell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go and find the video. I'm just gonna put it in the chat, man. Like just watch Amira the last like 5 minutes.
Where is she? I miss her.
Let me see. I'm about to pull that shit up. Why, Bruiser?
Yeah, pull it up, bro. Pause.
Hold on. Are you ready now?
He did that. That was on purpose.
Oh,
Yeah,
that one was on purpose, bro.
Nah, bro. Ain't no on purpose. Don't try to play me. I just know Trev gonna try to beat me to it. I mean, Paul.
I know $4 super sticker. We got done well with the $9.99. Says lead, control, authority, responsibility. If a man is leading, has control, or has authority over a woman, it just means he's responsible for her. It doesn't mean he's a tyrant. It's not a bad thing. Ali with the 1999 says, why don't they ever need you to explain a yes? Then if they always need to know why you said yes or no, they need you to explain so they can change your mind. That's what a child does. Though Will 499 says, y'all realize the Secret Service controls the president. Is that a bad thing? Big 1110 with the military was run with the mentality of these 40-plus-year-old females on the panel. Would it be successful or chaotic? This is sad. That's Simone 999 says cheating is poor leadership. The problem is your wife not giving you sex. Bringing someone in to do your partner's job is not fixing the problem. It's adding to it. The Rob, also remember $10 says pimping. Keep doing your thing, Mr. Lapeef. Brownu with the $1.49 super sticker. That's Simone with the $4.99. I hate when people say that there is a wrong way to respond. Anyone who is not reacting in a way that would help the problem is the problem. Big on 11, $10 says that Darwin say 10 minutes, then you can no longer use the name Bruiser.
Pause.
$5 with the super sticker. There's a pause moment.
Pause, bro.
That's not true because you can beat it up for 10 minutes.
Why is this man talking about this? Oh, Jesus, boy. Okay.
As long as she gets off in 10 minutes, that's all that matters. And him. So as long as both parties get off. Then you can just go another round. Times 2, then 3, then 4.
Darwin, I don't see it.
Hey, no, I posted the video in the chat. Like, y'all gotta see Amira's face, man. That shit was funny as hell. Oh, we was hell that episode.
It was in the back chat and then it just disappeared before the super chats. I don't know if he was.
Fix something on it real quick.
Oh, okay. You got the video in the back chat, Sweeney. Let me see if I can bring it up for the audience. Let me see.
It's like the last 3 minutes.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay.
Damn, is that what my voice sounds like?
Yeah.
I don't like my voice.
And you say when you say options, you say options.
Yeah, because I have a speech impediment. Remember? I used to have a bad lisp too, but thankfully I got rid of it.
So that's that right there. See if I can share screen. That's it. Share screen. What's the name of that clip, Sweeney?
Which one?
Why your looks matter more than you think to men.
Just let me know if y'all can hear it. That's the screen of your looks. This is,
Oh, bars in the gut.
Can you guys hear it?
Like,
Yeah, we can hear it.
Reality though, like
You know what?
and that's
You know what's
your
crazy? You know what's crazy? Y'all are people love to shame and embarrass and disparage men for being honest. Like it should be a safe space. I mean, I dig it. Like
it is
that's a real deal. Like why should we be shamed? Why should we be shamed for our biology? We are designed to procreate. Why should we be shamed?
We're just messing
If
with
we want to
you.
be loyal, if we want to be loyal to a woman, I'm not taking it personal. It's all good, but I'm just saying, just for anybody listening, if we're going to be loyal to a woman, right, and we are driven by sex, you can't shame a man for his biology. Like we get hungry, we eat, we do things. Like if you plan on doing that and you want to be loyal, you should be attracted to that person, very attracted to that person. So it's extremely important to men. Y'all can love it or hate it, but it's the harsh reality. Men,
also,
if you want us to be faithful, then yeah, they should be attracted to us. And if shit getting hard, pause.
Yeah, also,
it's important.
Hold on, wait. Put this like this, KC. Imagine you was with a dude and his dick didn't get hard for you. How long would you be there?
You gonna think he gay?
What?
Oh, look at that face. Legitimately, every time you tried to get with him, it wasn't coming. It wasn't standing up for you. It's over with. How long you sticking around?
I mean, he needs to go to the doctor.
So you think he got?
No, let's say nothing works.
That's crazy.
It sounds
and ED meds give him crazy ass headaches.
How is it erectile dysfunction when
he's telling? It's because he's unattracted to you. It doesn't get hard. That's what we're asking. If his dick does not get hard for you, and you're trying to deal with it, are you going to stick around and understand that this dude is sexually unattracted to you?
I mean, that would be something he has to voice. I can't just assume that's the reason.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think we would. The thing is, it's not like we're coming at you guys. We do want you guys to be honest. Like, if I'm not your type, like that's fine. You have a preference, just like everybody else does. But we are just giving you a little shit because I think that you guys expected the women to be the ones, the hot topic, controversial topic. But actually, I feel like it was more of you guys.
Absolutely.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I don't. It is.
We got hit with OnlyFans models and
it's just none of y'all really mentioned
40-year-old single moms.
It came with a lot of baggage though. Like every woman came with something.
And that's what I
some
said.
form of
But
baggage.
no, I don't recall anybody mentioning personality except in a negative.
What does it say?
Because you can't tell. None of that was mentioned.
The last girl was. We talked about.
We did. We didn't like her. Yeah.
What does it say about
she's
y'all?
uncoachable.
What does it say about y'all who skipped up on the second guy, the most common guy you're gonna run into?
He has a teen kid. It's just a no for me. I don't have kids. It doesn't say much about me.
That was funny as hell.
The camera makes my face look fat.
Makes mine look fat too.
That shit was funny as hell, man. Amir
that y'all are.
What's going on, Coach Fur? What you got on the brother? No, you
What's
just
up, brother Lapeef? What's up, y'all? Thank you for just letting me join, man. I see you guys. I check you out, man. Just listen in on some of the wisdom, man. Just interesting, last few minutes and even just speaking to the topic, In this modern time, I think it's being tipped overboard to where the life jackets are going to be needed and the brothers are grabbing the life jackets, I don't think the sisters are taking it as serious as the young men are. And they're going to allow the people. I would say it's when I look at sisters, man, you know, I married a sister. I only liked sisters. I got 5 sisters, younger and older. And, you know, I just think that the ones that want to be out there, the good women stand too close to them. And they won't sort of hold it accountable because everybody's, especially, and I just go back the last 20 years, you know, my 40-year-olds, man, they the strongest. A 40-year-old black man is probably one of the strongest individuals walking the planet. Even a sister, that's why they get so strong. Them shoulders start getting swelled up because they take on a lot of unnecessary weight. And brothers are still trying to carry the weight of everybody and everything. And I think brothers internally want to protect something, and preferably the sister, but it's like they're cheerleading for the sisters who are even the good ones to stay separated from the brothers who want to protect them. And they're going, you know, in their freedom, they look at it as freedom, but they actually hindering them, their self and their ability to be free, especially as sister gets, you know, 50, 60 years old. She should start being able to slow down, but they can't slow down without a man. And most brothers who may not be flashy and just working consistently, because that's what I appreciate about YouTube. Over the next 10 years, you're going to see a major shift in men's competence and courage and confidence. And the women are going to be screaming from the top of the mountains like, save me. But by then, brothers, the world is going to see the brothers and the women's behavior. They have to sort of curve it. It's going to take good women to do it, but I think a lot of women are afraid of that. So, you know, but yeah, they got too much freedom and they don't understand that the laws are hurting them also. Because the laws police us and we figure it out. That's why I say, brothers, don't be so hard on yourself. You're going to do dumb stuff. The hardest thing for you can do, and I'll shut up after this. You know, we say we find a wife, find a good thing, but the hardest thing for a brother to do, ladies, even though y'all outnumber us, is to find a wife for him. That's the hardest task he can do. He can climb a mountain. He can fix a car. He can carry 3 kids and you on his back. He can build you a house, but to find that woman that's going to stand there in the rain with him without a raincoat and feed them kids, it's hard as hell to do. And I think brothers get too hard up in it, man. Just in your strongest time, man, just work. And when you build your picket fence, everybody coming through your picket fence got to pay a toll tax. If she don't empty out her Halloween candy on your table, that's not your woman. And stop looking for girlfriends. Get you a woman. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Coach Ferg. And when you get that woman, hold on tight to her and don't let her go and treat her right.
Yeah, and get you a dog to keep the fools away.
Perseus, come. No.
Dropped a lot of gems. I think that a lot of times our sisters take too long to come to wisdom. They tend to want to learn slow. Why?
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that it seems that wisdom, clarity, the good woman status comes after pain, after bad choices. Almost like it's too much to get right early. And in our community, if we're talking particularly about our community, this is why it's like 30 plus, 40 plus, few kids, maybe she got bopped upside the head a couple times, maybe a divorce or 2. Why is it not the 18 to 24 range where she's at her optimal level? And it's like, nah, that's too right. I don't get that part. They learn too slow. And then all of them are giving themselves this title that they're a good woman. Most women, I don't believe, are good women. If you want to know if you're a good woman, you need to be actually talking to men, because we're the ones to be able to determine what good is to us. Y'all over here giving the title out just because you're a woman. Most women are not good women. The numbers tell you that. They're socially engineered incorrectly, and they're not even willing to take something like a man's position. And they're now combating, oh, well, we don't want to be controlled. And it's like, no one ever said we're trying to control you. Like,
So are you saying that women should be married in their 20s?
I'm not giving it a necessary age. What I'm saying is that we're speaking about our community. They seem to learn slow. That's what I'm saying. That now when she's ready, she's already depleted her value. She's depleted her mental. She's depleted even her emotional realm. She's giving you leftovers and now saying, okay, I'm ready. No, come better. Learn fast.
How do you give left, or like you're talking about because her body count?
It could be body count, it could be experience, it can be erroneous thinking, it could be a number of things. But it's not praised to get it right in our community. We ain't talking about relationships, but in all aspects. Everybody want to do things the hard way. So yeah, he dropped some gems. That's all what I want to say.
I got a request. Oh damn, never mind. Well, I still got the request, but we can play the game first.
All right. So the game, we know the rules. So let's get to we're going to do the ladies first. All right, ladies. The first option. Oh, I'm sorry. The men first.
I'll choose her. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Any man want to choose her?
Absolutely not. That would be a hell no for me.
She's awesome. She's a great.
Do you not see the what the title is above her?
You're dating the film personality.
The family that prays. What do you mean prays? You mean
no.
did you mean to be like pray together? Movie? I've never seen this movie. No.
Oh, you never seen the movie? Yeah, you go check it out.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely not. No, I'm not. Pass.
I pass.
Yeah. No.
Y'all know. I'm just warning y'all. She's off the market.
She could be off the market. Screw her.
Yeah, she's off.
I don't give a damn who comes after her. I ain't picking her.
All right, well, let's go on once, going twice.
You know what? I'm cashing my chips in right now. I'll take her.
That's Gabrielle Union.
I'm cashing my chips in right now. I'll take her.
I'll pass.
Anybody else want that?
Nope.
I'll pass.
I don't even remember.
Ooh,
I'll pass on that. I'll pass on that.
I've never seen any of these movies.
Lord Jesus.
Yeah, y'all was
babies.
babies.
Callie, so I can't even speak to none of this.
Y'all
I know,
babies.
Dory. I'm like, what movies are these from?
Y'all was kids. Y'all probably still had bubble gum on the bottom of your shoe in this movie.
Probably.
Oh, she was a tyrant.
I'll pass, Dara.
Yeah,
everybody pass.
Going once.
Going twice. Oh shit!
I seen that movie, The Players Club. I like.
Oh yeah, I catch my piece early. Oh yeah, I won.
You won that round.
I won. I won.
Yeah, you won that round.
Fuck that.
Damn.
That is the worst lineup of women on the planet Earth.
Damn.
Oh man, I'm glad I cashed my chips in, boy.
That was a landslide.
I take Eva all day, bro. With the other five. All right, let me explain to Callie who these women are.
Yeah.
All right, the first woman is the family that prays, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was basically cheating on her husband with her boss. Had a baby with her boss and had her husband believing that it was his. And then basically she was like she was getting money from her boss the entire time, and he wound up getting his get back by taking the money and investing in his business. But then she basically told him was like he would never be who her boss was. Like she dogged him.
Uh-huh.
All right, Deliver Us from Eva. That was the movie with Gabrielle Union and LL Cool J and all of them. Where she was a goddamn headache to get them. Like she was with all her sisters and stuff. She was the headache between. She was like the line between her sisters and all they men. She was like causing relationship problems and all of that. But eventually, she turned out okay because they basically hired LL Cool J to date her so that she can stay out of all her sister's relationships. So
Okay.
all her sister's boyfriends and husbands hired LL Cool J to date her to keep her away from him. Basically, he was running interference. But
I
eventually,
think she was toxic. She was toxic, right?
she wasn't necessarily toxic. She was just
a gossiper. She just liked to gossip.
No,
Yeah.
she was headstrong. So like she wasn't gossiper. She was like a big sister. So she was always on her sister. Like you know what I mean. And then Love Down Dirty Shame. She was basically the villain in the movie and basically turned on him. I forgot what exactly she did to him, but like
she left Shane and she was going with a little drug dealer mobster, and she stole the drug dealer mobster's money and hid out.
Oh,
yeah, they caught up with her. Yeah.
And then Thin Line Between Love and Hate, y'all know that one. That's the one with Martin Lawrence, and she tried to kill him. after he now,
false allegations.
And then
false allegations.
And if you don't know the Players Club,
I know the Players Club. I've seen that movie.
I don't
know. Of all the movies you've seen,
it was on BET when BET was BET. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That movie, I remember that movie.
I'll take the Players Club.
No, you will.
Oh wow!
they all jacked. This one gonna try to kill you.
That woman was
gonna
also
have
on
a baby
Friday.
by somebody else. Like,
I'll take the Low Down Dirty Shame.
I'll take Deliver Us from Evil. I'll take that.
But the woman on the
she already taken.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Give me Low Down Dirty then.
I got that one.
You stuck with Sinai, brother.
Well, hold up, man. I'll take a Thin Line Between Love and Hate, man. What you talking about?
I think Martin was cheating on her. The one from
that's what I was gonna say.
He wasn't cheating.
No,
he already had a girl. She was trying to be a cougar, but she was psycho. That's all. He already had a girl.
Yeah,
she came home.
Crazy psycho.
She was trying to buy him and stuff.
Yeah, but Martin sold the fact that he was loyal.
She betrayed her. Yeah, he betrayed her technically.
But you remember, she did the false allegation. She punched her face and tried to get him.
That was after.
You gotta be careful with who you decide to play with people's feelings. Don't be playing with people's feelings.
But it almost feels like if Martin would have never pushed her into that, she would have been solid.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. If I had to choose between the two, it'd be the woman from A Thin Line Between Love and Hate and Deliver Us from Evil. Deliver Us from Evil being first. But I would choose Thin Line Between Love and Hate because basically, as long as you don't cross her, in that kind of way, you might be safe. Because y'all remember she tricked off on him too.
Yeah, she was
going everything at him.
Look at Swinny, a gold digger.
Hey man, I'll take a three-piece suit, the limo, the new car.
Yeah. Give me a cougar about 10 years older than me. She can fly me out every Friday.
Well, she was bad in that movie before she went crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the lady. All
right, fellas, y'all ready?
What you mean?
Same rules apply.
Mean ladies?
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, we already
How about this?
Yeah, ladies.
I got a question. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's go. I hope I know these movies. Soul Food. I haven't seen this movie since I was 10. I'm a pass.
I've never seen it.
What?
I haven't seen this movie in a long time.
I know this movie is 30 years old.
We haven't seen any of these movies. I bet.
Well, there's a girl in that movie. There's a girl in that movie that has the same hairdo or hair.
Can you explain this? Okay, can you explain what this guy's what he did?
No, you gotta choose and then we'll explain.
But that's not fair. You guys know the context. We gotta just go
over the look. Hey, look, your black card is not revoked.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
We're not giving you no. We're not.
You only gotta see this once. You only gotta see this once to know what the hell happened.
You know how many movies I see? All right, I'm gonna pass on this guy.
This movie came out 31 years ago.
Are y'all passing, ladies?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
I guess. I mean, I'm just gonna have to go back how he looked. He looks intimidating, scared. So
oh my god! Okay.
Y'all passing?
Yeah.
He's sad. He's crying on this picture.
Oh, why did I get married? Nope.
No, I did not see that, but
that's not the right character for Why Did I Get Married?
No. Okay.
Okay. Never
I know exactly who that is. Cute.
Yep.
They passed.
I don't know who that is, but
Yes,
I remember the
That
movie.
was Janet
Yoba.
Jackson's husband.
Yeah.
Janet Jackson's husband.
Yeah.
Oh, so you the one doing the bending? That one?
No, this is Why Did I Get
Oh,
Married?
hell no.
Hey, hey.
Janet Jackson's husband.
When I think of Janet Jackson, I think of that movie. So you the one
No,
doing the bending.
you're thinking of For Colored Girls.
Oh, okay.
Y'all passing?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pass.
yeah.
I don't know what he did.
Oh,
I'll choose
damn.
him. I choose him.
Definitely not.
I know him.
Ah, see what you
Norbit.
looking at. That-
I
like
choose
to
him.
know.
He was a good man.
Yeah.
That I know for a fact. I choose him.
No.
So that's off the market now. You got, hey, listen, Dory, you got 2 choices now.
Yeah, I'm still passing.
Are you ready?
Sure.
I know this movie. All my life, I know this movie.
I actually did not see any of these movies though.
Oh my God!
Oh, you know what? Somebody check our DNA card.
So you gonna pass? You got one more. You gonna pass?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
He looks psychotic, so okay,
Oh.
you know.
Oh, Lord. These are some trash choices. No, actually, there's two decent choices.
Okay,
in there.
can you explain what happened on
All right,
the
put 'em back up, put 'em back up.
Jason's lyric.
All right, so
Yeah.
Soul Food, basically, he was Vivica A. Fox's husband. He cheated on her with cousin Faith.
Okay.
Hold on, he was Vanessa.
I remember
Vanessa
that.
Williams' husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vanessa Williams' husband. Why Did I Get Married? This is Janet Jackson's husband, where she announced their divorce while they were, but like they had issues in their marriage because they had lost a child, and like, she
Yeah,
kinda
he wasn't
blamed-
bad.
Yeah, he wasn't bad, but they had like your typical marital issues that wind up going straight to
You
him.
want to have her book money or some shit like that?
Yeah, but that was after divorces are dirty.
Yes.
Norbit, y'all know who Norbit is.
Yep.
The Color
He was a
Purple,
good
is that Mister? Is that
That's
Mister?
Mister. That's
Okay,
Mister.
y'all know Mister, and then
Yeah.
Jason Lyrics. So y'all remember he's the brother of what the hell is the dude? The light skinned dude. And you remember he killed he tried to kill her.
Yeah.
I get the best guy every time. This is the second
Yeah,
time I played
see,
this game, and I got the
could
best
just
one.
tell just by looking at his face that he was psychotic. I didn't even need to see this movie. I'll choose him.
And then Alan Payne, he's Alan Payne's brother in the movie.
Yeah, he was Alan Payne's brother in the movie. Basically, he
Norbit
was
was
a
a great
jailbird, got out of
man.
jail, got out of prison. He was a royal fuck up. He almost got his girlfriend killed.
Nice danger. That's a spicy life right there.
But
You know,
if I had to tell y'all which ones were probably the better options for y'all, it'd be Norbit and dude from Why Did I Get Married?
I think Norbit was the best one.
If I had to choose them two, maybe the dude from Why Did I Get Married? Because Norbit just looked too terrible right now.
So
All he
this,
needs is a little fade, a little look at this. Listen, there's one thing I know for sure and for certain: these barbers know how to transform a man fast. I see way too
It's
many
not his hair,
barbers.
it's his face.
What's wrong
All
with
you
the dude
gotta
from Color
do,
Purple?
all you gotta do is go to a good barber, and he will have you looking like a whole new man. I promise you. I see it all the time on my Instagram feed.
who
They
said
be doing
that? The
miracles.
Color Purple.
Bro, you know they don't know who the dude is from Color Purple.
Yes, that is what is her name? The lady with the dress. That was her husband. She was 14 when they got together, and she had to take care of his kids. But then he was cheating on her with Suge, but then Suge didn't really want him like that. And then she finally the woman, his real wife finally went ahead and stood up for herself and everything. But he was really mean to her. He beat on her, cheated on her, everything.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did the fifth guy cheat at all? or
Nah,
did
he was just crazy.
Can I ask y'all a question regarding this picture?
He's a good choice. He's a good choice.
Can I ask y'all a question though?
Yeah.
Say all of these men are modern men of today, right? 2024, 25, going into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Who would most likely be chosen out of this group by
For
most
me,
women?
I would choose
By
Norbit.
most women.
Oh, by most women, they'll probably go for the soul food guy.
Oh, no, but see, the sofa god doesn't look. He doesn't have that look, that image look. But Jason's
This
lyric.
is an unflattering picture of him, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
just
a
saying.
very handsome man.
What I'm saying is, he doesn't have that edge. Just looking at it, even if he, you know, what I'm saying, his edginess. And Norbert would be the normal guy that most of us are, that want to work and take care of our woman, however we see.
Niggas ain't looking
Norbit
like
was
Norbit.
funny.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you looking like it, but he's the normal guy image. You know what I'm saying?
I would say, why did I give married guys the normal guy's image?
Okay, so but Norbit and I'll say, like you say, those two. But I would think everybody would like the Jason's lyric, that edgy look. That's what they're more attracted to, that edge look. Norbit, he can be cleaned up. He can be transformed. My man Malik, he's who he is. So Danny Glover, listen, y'all wouldn't want a man like that. And there's not a lot of brothers that move like that, where they just putting the backhand down there.
You can give me Norbit. I know Norbit's gonna hold it down for me.
When was that? The early 1900s?
Yeah, they brothers wasn't doing that and fighting Jim Crow at the same time, I'm sure.
No.
Hey, them women had some respect back then, though.
Hey, the funniest thing in The Color Purple to me, though, like the funniest thing was when she was sitting at the table and that motherfucker was trying to light that pilot. His ass went in the back, came back with that can of kerosene, and then like she was sitting there watching him, and then the screen panned over to him, and that shit panned back over to her, and she was gone. That was the funniest scene. I think I got that shit on my phone.
Yeah.
That scene was classic.
Allie, you got to get your movie watching. I don't know what the fuck kind of movies you
Listen, I haven't watched these movies since I was like really, really young, and I'm a movie head. I watch movies. I fall asleep watching movies. So the amount of movies I've watched in my lifetime have just been, but also like I love horror movies, and I watch horror movies when I go to bed.
Have you seen Monster Ball?
No, Monster Ball? That doesn't sound familiar. I'd be lying if I said I remember that one. But I've seen a lot of movies, but like especially the ones that were up, but I just haven't seen them in a long time. And I typically remember movies when like The Color Purple, I've seen that plenty of times because that was my mom's favorite movie. But I didn't see like Soul Food. I saw it like once, and that was it. Never watched it again.
At least
you seen Jason's lyrics, right?
Probably like once. Like I've seen all those movies, but like maybe like once in my lifetime. The amount of movies I rewatch are like horror movies, Disney movies, and nerdy movies. I'm a nerd for real. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And I didn't see those movies because I was watching anime.
Yeah, me too. I love anime.
That's all I've been watching. So I am not up to date on all these movies. I haven't even seen Boys in the Hood and all of that stuff. So it's like
you still haven't
I know
seen
about the titles, but I haven't watched. So I'm out of touch. I'm out of touch. I know it.
You still haven't watched Boys in the Hood?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen Friday? Have you seen Friday?
I've seen Friday. That's probably the only thing I've seen.
I was going to say, I was just going to check your zip code and see where you
have y'all seen Precious?
Oh, that was okay. So there's a story. So that's actually that movie. That movie changed my life.
What, just made you lose?
No, it actually gave me the courage to tell my mom I was sexually molested. That movie changed my life. That movie changed my life. That was probably one of the most impactful movies I've ever seen. I love that movie.
How old were you during that time?
The first time it happened was when I was
no. The time that you saw the movie. Let me clarify. The time that you saw the movie.
Oh, I was 15 or 16. I think like 15.
Okay. So since then, have you been living in your truth and your free? Sort of to the topic. Have you been living a free life, free of stress and strife and people sort of
I mean, free of
subjugating.
stress, not really. Still learning how stress management and stuff. But I mean, I think that it allowed me to be more open and unapologetically myself. It allowed me to say, you know what, I am who I am. I accept who I am. Do I want to be better? Yes. I still remain a student in everything that I do. But at the end of the day, I am who I am no matter where I am, whether it's on this podcast or whether it's off of it. To be yourself and to appreciate what you have, because there are people out there that have it worse. And even though you think you might have had the worst, and you might have, there's always gonna be worse. So love yourself, be yourself, and grow. And everybody has a story.
I don't think Trev knew what he was doing when he chose the girl from Players Club. I don't know if you realized who that was.
What did
I went
she
to the movies to
do?
see that joint.
What did she do?
But I mean, they was all messed up, bro. Like the lesser of the evils, bro. At least I had when I feel like I could slap her around a little bit and get it right versus like the other joints.
Yeah, okay.
She was kind of tough in that movie, though. I think it was her and who was the other girl? The one that played Diamond?
Yeah. That was Diamond. You Lisa Ray?
Yeah, Lisa Ray. Yeah,
Lisa Ray was Diamond.
Between her and
Yeah. I know what kind of slapping you was talking about doing too. So yeah, I get it. I get it. I know you weren't talking about that other kind, but yeah, I get it. But yeah, I don't know.
They were all beautiful, but in real life, those women are actually really cool. Like Gabrielle Union, I think she's been with her husband for like dumbass long.
I was gonna throw Cousin Faith in there, but I ain't want to do that to the fella.
Who's Cousin Faith?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know who that is either.
I'm young. Like I haven't seen these. When these movies were made? I was born in '94, and half of these movies were like,
I was born
94.
So I'm
94.
I was born in '94. So I was
young and.
I mean, can you pull those women up right now?
Yo,
I think some of those women is not even a good choice in the real reality. Well, Gabrielle Union is married, but yeah, they did.
Sally Richardson been married for like 20-some years too. She's married to a comedian, one of those guys, but they've been married about 20-some years.
Who are you talking about?
Sally Richardson, the one in the middle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, she's been married for a long time.
What about I think Sanaa Lathan's still single, ain't she?
She just got married to yeah, she's still single. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
I was thinking of Shantae. Yeah, but they look like she's still single.
She don't even have no kids.
Mm-hmm.
She left over.
Would y'all marry a woman that encouraged you to turn your son into one of them?
Oh.
No.
I'm trying to get somebody brand attacked. No, but Gabrielle Union. I think everybody in society is gonna blame Dwayne Wade for that. He the man of the house. Leader. He's supposed to be the leader. That's what society gonna do. They're gonna say, well, it was especially the women gonna say, yeah, is the man. I don't even think that's not Gabriel's son, is it?
No.
Oh, that's even worse.
With his prior.
Yeah, that's all Dwayne Wade's fault. Because I guarantee if that was Gabrielle Union's son, she wouldn't have did that shit. Do they even have kids together?
Well, from what I understand, Dwayne Wade was with his lady that he had the child.
I think he was married to her. Yeah.
And then Gabby came in and stole him because they were allegedly friends. That's the story that I heard. She slid in.
So you saying more like a home wrecker? Home wrecker?
Yeah, that's the story.
Like the Alicia Keys, because they say Alicia Keys was on record too.
Really? Yeah. Swiss Beats was already married. Yeah, so yeah, but with that, but they were supposed to be friends, from what I understand.
Oh, Gabrielle and Dwayne was friends at one point?
No, the woman who Gabrielle Union stole him from.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
dirty. I didn't know that.
Me neither.
So I guess it's true, ladies. You gotta watch out what kind of friends you bring around your man, right?
Yeah.
So,
But it's not necessarily the friends too, because the man has to have discernment. We're all in charge of our own emotions. I mean, if your man is if I'm dating someone that's my own friend can come to you and sleep with you, then what kind of man are you? Where's your integrity? I can't control what other people do outside of my household, but I can. But I would hope that the person I'm with, he would at least have common decency.
So why would you bring a girl that's, let's say you're a 5? Why would you bring a 10 around your man?
I can't help that my friends are pretty. I'm not gonna not hang out with someone because they're prettier than me.
Yeah, and that'll tell you, if your guy is tempted towards a woman that's 10, it's like, well, do you like me for the right reasons? Like, is my character not enough to satisfy you versus like somebody's 10, which would mainly be physical appearance. So that would kind of bring that into question for me.
I mean, and it goes both ways too. Like if I'm dating someone and their brother or their friends are really attractive, that's not going to make me like want to go talk to them. You can, like, for example, if I'm dating someone, I can be in a room full of his homies and hold myself to a certain standard because I'm a representation of him. How I move around when he's away or when he's around his peoples, I'm representing him. So I'm not gonna go out my way to make him.
So let me ask y'all this: let's say y'all got a lot of money, y'all was to hire a maid to cook at the house, and let's say your husband brought back a woman that was built like Megan Thee Stallion. Would y'all allow him to hire her or tell him to go get a different woman?
I would allow it.
You wouldn't?
I said I would allow it.
So if we had a maid and the maid was like Meg Thee Stallion looking and she cleaned our house.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't care, but I don't like having people in my home anyways because it's my personal space. But in retrospect and what you're trying to say, I don't care. Like if I gotta watch who's around me because I'm afraid she's gonna steal you from me, then you're not the person for me. Because the person for me, he could be around the Meg Thee Stallion. He could be around that and still hold himself to a certain standard because he knows his worth. It's also you're just as much as like, no, but I'm serious though. A man that can sit there and say no, there have been plenty of men that said no to women that are pretty. I was at a bar one time, like I think it was just like not like a year or so ago. And there's this guy that was very attractive. And I went up to him and I was like, hey, I find you attractive. I was wondering if we could exchange numbers. And he told me no. I don't think.
Hold on, wait. You shot your shot.
I shoot my shot. I'll shoot my shot if you're someone that I find attractive. I'm not gonna lie. I went on a date one time because I was at Walmart and there was a guy that looked very attractive and I walked up to him and I gave him my number and I said, you can call it or not. And then the next day he texted me. We went on a date. It was cool, but I don't mind shooting my shot. I'm not gonna wait. Why am I gonna wait? I'm gonna wait for you to come to me. What if you're shy?
Did you get to cheat?
Oh, that's hard for me.
Did I get really hard. No. I don't do that on like I like to get to know someone before I sleep with them. Because when I sleep with someone, I get emotionally attached and I don't want to do that to myself. I'm honest with myself. I can't just sleep with someone and be like, yeah, I got my nut in. Like, no, like
so now you know the difference between man and women. So y'all can't call it a double standard, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I was never a believer that I am on an equal plane to a man. Like I never believe in that. But just me, myself, and how I uphold myself that's just always how I've been. That's just my mentality. Everyone's different. But yeah, I would 100% shoot my shot at somebody. And the way I do it, I just give you my number, and it's easier that way. I'll give you my number, and if I don't hear from you, oh well. If I do, cool.
Fellas, if let's say y'all at work. And y'all wife call y'all and say, hey, look, the man coming over to fix the HVAC system, he gonna be over here for a couple of hours. But that nigga look like Mr. Marcus. Y'all tell him y'all gonna allow that man to come to your house?
They're like, who?
Mr. Marcus, that's the corn star who was with the Superhead video that got published, and he was also the dude who got turned in a fake scan that they're supposed to do prior to filming, and burnt a whole bunch of people. So yeah, that guy.
I don't know
You
who
that
that
guy?
is. You could say like Michael B. Jordan.
Damn, I didn't know all that.
I don't know, man. I got a lot of.
I just saw him in a video with Pinky when she was in her prime.
What?
He had.
Oh,
he
you
had,
know who
he had
Pinky
them
is,
all.
Kelly?
Of course. That's the one.
Hold on, Kelly. How do you know who Pinky is, but you don't know who? You never seen Boys in the Hood.
Now you know what she watching.
Diabolical.
Pinky came in a little bit after Mr. Marcus, so it makes more sense.
Shit, y'all better look out for Coach Ferg coming over.
Oh shit!
But you know that's an interesting question. Listen. I've.
No, you ain't gonna go past that.
What?
I'm just saying he gave an example of a guy. It could have been me, prior to me getting married. I'd have came through with my tight shirts on and my tool belt tooling. Yeah, because I was in that industry. But
what?
No, man.
Coach
no. I mean, see, I got to clarify. I was doing construction. I was doing things like that. I was touring the homes, talking to parents, talking to a lot of single mothers in my profession. I could go to your house and sit down, and that was part of my job. So
you ever got a chance to put 10 minutes in?
Well, listen, man, I got a chance I had opportunities to put a lot of minutes in, but I was very selective in how I did it. I didn't, I just understood the ramifications of, trying to, I don't know, because you got to perform your best effort anytime you're in that situation. So I knew if I wasn't trying to be in a relationship,
I mean, I've had guys I've had when my AC was broken or like my sink was broken, I would have like the maintenance guys come over, and I always just stayed in my room, and then they would just go and do their thing, and then they would come out and be like, oh, brr, and I'm like, all right, cool, and then they'd leave. Like I've never had a man that came to my house that I paid him for a service, and we went and we did something where I got his number. Except one time, it was a DoorDasher. So what happened was he was a DoorDasher, and he DoorDashed me my food, and I found him very attractive, and I gave him my number.
Oh, I thought you said you gave him something else.
No. I've never done that. Never done that.
I said that's work because he only stopped for a brief second.
No.
At least the dude that's working on your pipes had the time to bind with you.
Nah, he was a DoorDasher. He came and gave my food, and I had to go. I was actually at work, and he dropped my food off at work, and then I came downstairs, and he gave it to me, and then I was like, man. So then I was a little bit shy to give him my number, and I didn't in person, so I just chatted him in the DoorDash app, and I said, thank you so much for your service. Here's a tip, and there's my number. So I tipped him, and then I gave him my number.
So when he came back, then what?
We never went on a date. I guess I wasn't his type. I wasn't his type. He never hit me back or anything.
You got a what do they call it? You got a low KD ratio. What do they call it?
Death kill ratio.
Kill death ratio.
Yeah. I mean, you went like my thing is I'm not everybody's type, and that's okay. Like, all I can do is show you I'm interested. At least I tried, and if you're not interested in me, I'll take my L, charge for the game, and
I'm gonna tell you, Kelly, if you really want to take it to the home base, hit the home run, sometimes you just try to go in the moment. Maybe you can get it. So I guarantee you, Crab be back on this call. If you would have told the dude to come in the house, you would have got what you wanted.
Depends on what she was looking for. She says she don't really get down like that. So.
Okay. Now, if you don't get down like that, obviously, yeah.
My body's my temple. What I put in it, what I do with it, that's important to me. I have the choice this time to choose who I sleep with, so I'm gonna choose wisely.
You said this time. What the hell?
Remember what she said earlier?
She
get through it, man. Like,
But at least she's not going and she's taking initiative. It's like me. I'm
Unless it's Mike and
So
Nikes, I will admit
y'all
it's
two
my
are
guilty
celibate,
pleasure.
right?
I'm not celibate.
I'm a
No,
virgin.
I'm
admitting that.
I'm not celibate.
Oh, you virgin, Dory?
Yes.
Oh my God!
I'm so proud of you.
That is so
Man.
awesome. I
one
think
of
the
the
first
ones
one
that's
we had,
waiting.
ain't it, JR?
Definitely.
Can you give her a round of applause?
Yeah, for sure, for sure,
I'm
for
one of the
sure.
ones that chose to marry.
Is it about choice?
Yes.
Yeah, what
Choosing to
the
wait till marriage.
Dang. Is that why your
Oh,
skin
wait
over
till
there
marriage.
shining all bright? And...
That's the curse word. Coach
Well,
Ferg.
don't say shit.
listen,
I
listen.
don't put on makeup or anything.
No, Coach Ferg ain't ready. I'm shit.
I think the natural
No.
look suits you, Dory. I think the natural look suits you, and I want to praise you for being a woman and living in your truth, living how you want to live.
Is
And I
it
think that's
difficult?
beautiful.
Is it difficult to how old are you now, Dory?
33.
Isn't it ain't it like challenging to go that many years and feign off men like that?
Not really. No.
It was easy.
I think it's because since I haven't done it, it's like once you've done it, it's like, oh, I want it so much. But
can't
because
say.
I haven't done it, I have no idea. So
Now,
it's like,
listen. The one thing you can't do, I don't think nobody could do in the history of doing it, is predict how you would feel after sex. You cannot predict that at all, because if the right man run up on you and he's all in your pheromones, he got you hooked and he put that hammer on you, your ass is cooked. You
So
could be
I
a
have-
whole different woman.
I have a question for you, Dory.
Use your words.
And I don't want to get too deep in it because I have a lot of
sorry.
respect for you and stuff. But genuinely, like when you're celibate, do you not even like experience what it feels like what that pleasure feels like without a person, like by yourself, or like you like abstain from any type of like sexual activity?
I've never masturbated, so I'll say that.
Okay.
But no, I do not. I don't abstain from it altogether. So I know some people who are heavily religious, they would abstain from PDA and cuddling and stuff. I wouldn't.
So you don't even know who Mr. Marcus was, who we were talking about, right?
No, I don't know who Mr. Marcus is. But yes, no, I still would like cuddle and do PDA and stuff, but that might make it. I am aware that might make it harder. But here's the other thing I look at too is virginity is in one hole, right? But then you've got another hole and you have other different intimate activities that you can do.
Hold on, what do you mean?
She talking about the back door?
Yeah, the back door, and then
hold on, wait. So you saying? So let me get this straight.
Oh, so Miss Dory,
you're a virgin here, but you didn't put it up ass before.
I have only once with one person.
That don't count. That don't count. You might as well. You might as well.
You got a booty count.
I only had one person. It's been like 12 years. So it's like I've only done it once. One man, 12 years.
Well, I hate to bust your bubble. I'm pop your cherry. I hate to. You're not a virgin no more, sis.
I still am. I
All
definitely still am. Yeah.
Okay. That's what
I've never. I could never.
Been with a man.
Yeah, but they so close together. So, are you sure?
That's a good topic because I'm like confused.
Yes.
Because it's like technically she hasn't had it in her kuka, but she has.
You get those pap smears and yearly stuff. Yeah, they're like, yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what a mirror.
Definitely confirmed at that point. So.
I think you need to go. Well, I'm not gonna say go tell it to your pastor, but I'm assuming you a Christian and all that.
What?
A Christian.
What?
Yes, but I'm not a heavy. I grew up as a Christian, but I'm not like heavy to religion. So it's kind of like, I still go
this
to
is
church.
I would advise you to read, and I mean, just because he haven't put it in the primary part is supposed to go in, doesn't mean that I guess you try to play it safe by saying, yeah, you can do it this way, but just try to read up on it and try to understand. You might find out that what you've been holding on to is gone.
Yeah. Well, I think that that's crazy. I think that's very interesting. Very interesting.
Because if a man was putting inches in you,
that's actually extremely popular. There's a lot of women who use alternative methods to maintain their virginity. That's
and
common.
mainly to not get pregnant, because I actually don't want to have children. So,
So if a guy get with you, he's just gonna have to. He gonna just
improvise. You call it improvising.
No, he can, but I just don't want to have children. Once I'm married, you can still.
No, I'm saying up until marriage, he's gonna have to be okay with the back door.
Damn.
Or the other method.
What you saying, Bruiser? Like,
what is the other method?
She ain't got no gag reflex. Is that what she's saying? That's what she's saying. She ain't got no gag reflex. Shit. What you talking about?
You were most definitely not a virgin.
Darwin, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
He said 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Don't let this woman lie to y'all.
No, I'm definitely.
So can I ask you a question though? In this life, I'm just gonna say.
Hold on. First of all, are you a biological woman?
Yes.
Okay, I just had to.
She said pap smear, only biological.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
Yeah.
You never know.
Okay, but do you need to?
I mean, he did say
do what you
earlier.
Gotta do.
No.
Don't do that.
Oh, we can't do stuff like this.
I ain't mean that.
Yeah. Don't do that.
No, I'm just going to ask her: is this something that you've come up with in your own mind, in your own psyche, or is this something that someone introduced to you?
What
the life that you're living, the lifestyle that you're living, that you're choosing as pertains to a mate, a husband, or a partner, as you may see it. Is this something that you got to a place in your life said, this is what I'm going to do on your own? Or did someone introduce that, have a conversation, like tell you that this is an option for you also?
I mean, like I said, I got into Christianity when I was younger, like 11 years old. So I was influenced by that at first. And then it kind of, like in my 20s, it kind of shifted to my own thought process and logic and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Do you meet very many women that move like you?
A lot of my company actually isn't women.
Most of them are men?
I'm a gamer, and a lot of my company has been guys.
Okay. And I'm sure guys would be reluctant to be your friend. Yeah.
So, if I would say coworkers that are women, that's the closest that I've had to calling friends, I guess. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting.
Interesting.
Again, Dory G. It's like Lapeef After Dark.
Yeah. It's dark as hell. I'm gonna ask y'all a question, then I go, man. I'm gonna ask everybody a question. Do everybody on this panel, I know it was already mentioned, but does everybody here accept they ugly?
I do.
Hold on, what?
Do you accept your ugly?
I do.
Okay, I'm bald head. I had to.
Okay, I'm just asking. It can be physical, it can be mental, it can be something beyond your control. Do you accept it?
Acceptance is the first step to peace.
Are you asking for self-aware?
Whether it's your self-awareness, some people do.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, just accept your ugly. I'm a
once you
light-skinned
get to a
bald.
certain age, you really start tapping into the point that like this is who I am, man. I also think it's based on your results too. If you're getting results, it don't even matter if you think you're ugly.
It's very easy to own it at that point.
Results is telling you that it's different. I can't tell you how many times I done bagged the joint and I was
I just say I'm not the best looking, but I'm hella cool for real.
Like,
there you go.
I'm hella cool. That's all that matters to me. I'm hella cool. You can hang out with me and have a great ass time. We're gonna do hella spontaneous shit and have a fun time, and you won't forget me, that's for sure. But I ain't no fucking, Instagram, like, or like, beautiful, like,
What about the Walmart date though? He done forgot you.
That's what I'm saying. I accept it. I accept the way I look, and all I can do is continue doing what I'm doing. I go to the gym all the time. I for the most part, I eat pretty good, except for these Mike and Nikes tonight. But I always have to have something in my mouth. Like I always have to pause.
Whoa.
Wait, pause,
Okay,
pause. I meant like I always have to chew on something. Usually it's gum. Or like this straw or something. You feel me? But like for me, I just feel like my personality. I think my personality is hella cool. And that's all that matters to me.
And that's a missing art in today's young adults, a personality. So
yeah.
But look, man, we're gonna get to these super chats.
Yeah, I'm just gonna got one up here. Shaka Carter with the $3 super sticker. Thank you for that. All right. We want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you, Coach Ferg, Dory G, for popping in. Thank you guys for being so
veteran salute,
transparent, and being vulnerable this evening with us on the Lapeef After Dark. So thank you guys for contributing.
The husband tonight, boy. You should have put your ID up. Guarantee you we got a DM still at IG.
Chat, man, and the people that's not in chat that's still hanging around. We appreciate you guys' support. Make sure you guys follow the people that's on the panel. Make sure you check out the YouTube channels, the music, everything that they got going on. Let's make sure we show the same support to these people as well, the same way you did here. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Catch us next time, and we are out. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate y'all.
Later.